mister. How are you today?
Oh, I'm okay, thanks. Oh, come on. Don't make a mess.
Sasaki?
Huh? Yeah? What's up?
I've got this approval form. Could you look over it for me?
Ah, you might think about rewording the top section.
That's what I was worried about.
The chief of that department can get fussy. Explaining things a little more would help you out.
Thank you for the advice.
Actually, why don't you let me take care of this one?
Huh?
You can go take the reins on something else. Don't want to stress yourself out too bad. If we all focus on what we're best at, then no one's working too hard. Know what I mean?
What incredible insight! Thank you again, Sasaki.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't, but sure.
Aw, look at that cutie. I didn't know you had a kitty cat.
Isn't she great?
I
don't know how I'd survive without my baby. She gets me through the day.
so get it. I would just die to have my own ball of floof to cuddle up with.
You think that's cute? Check this.
What? That's amazing. She's perfect.
I know.
I didn't know you were a cat person.
I actually like dogs more, if I'm being honest.
Hey, Sasaki. Could I ask you to take care of this one? It's the project with the school.
Yeah, sure. This is a standard day in the office. I work for an SME trading company. Small enough that you'd be hard-pressed to have heard of us. As for my salary, it's average at best, and overtime is a pipe dream, so I've been scraping by ever since I started.
How are you paying?
Oh, with my phone. But I would never dream of quitting. I'm too scared to look for a new job. I saw the employment ice age in the 90s and aughts, so I know the terror of the outside world. Because of that, I don't leave my bubble. I'm grateful to have a consistent job that needs doing, and keeps me feeling useful. If nothing else, I've got that. There.
Sasaki, do you have any plans for dinner tonight?
I'm strapped for cash this month.
Well, I'd love to treat you.
Oh, please, I can't let you do that.
So that's a no then?
Let's just call it a rain check until the next time, okay?
Right!
Go figure.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Am I really doing this?
Whoa! How much?
Buying a pet will run me tens of thousands. Not to mention the deposit I'd have to pay my landlord. The tragedy of living on low income. I want cash. Maybe then I could get a cat as cute as my coworkers. No, a dog. The king of all good boys. The golden retriever.
Want me?
Huh?
You want me?
Java Sparrow. Oh! It's too cute!
What?
Well, here we are. Let me think. Yeah, that'll do. How'd you hold up, buddy? I tried to keep you steady on the ride back home. Those little hops are too much for me. Cuteness overload! I've been staring down my 40s and starting to feel sad. It felt like a whim visiting that pet shop, but I'm so glad I did. This is just what the doctor ordered. Pardon my reach. I've got some fresh food and water. And there. Welcome to your home. You're adorable. Oh, I forgot. I need to give you a name. What's a good name for a bird? You deserve one as precious as you are.
My name is Piercarlo, the Star Sage, and I seek refuge from a parallel world.
Those were big words. Well, no worries. I read online that some breeds of bird can talk. Now, what to name him? Maybe something based on those fluffy feathers. No, I've got to pick something from those darling sounds he makes.
My name is Piercarlo.
He does not stop talking. And did I hear wrong, or does he already have quite the name and title? No, that would be absurd.
My name is Piercarlo.
Piercarlo?
That's me, the Star Sage seeking quarter in your world.
Ah, right. Well, Pierre or Peeps. I like that. It suits you. Is he mad at me? I feel like my bird just scowled at me, which is still cute. Hold on. Am I really talking to a bird? Apparently, if they trust you, a pet bird will be willing to walk along your hand, or so the guy at the shop said. I was planning on giving him my hand to try it out, but seems like we've gone a step further. Is it normal for Java Sparrows to chat with humans? It might have been a fluke. I should talk to him more to test it. Hey, Peeps, anything you're in the mood to eat today?
Chateaubriand from the finest Kobe beef.
Huh? Why that?
The pet store clerk, known as Yamada, called it the greatest food in the world.
There's no doubt I'm having a real conversation with my bird. Also, what was that about Yamada? How's he affording such high-grade beef? What do you think of those pellets instead?
They're quite revolting.
Are they? Well, I won't make you eat bad food, but I'm sorry. Chateaubriand is a no-go.
Why is that?
It's break-the-bank expensive. I can't swing the cost.
Why is that?
I mean, I can't afford that on an office worker's salary. But what would you say to some pork ribs? I've got a few
If money is your barrier, then why not make more?
Huh? He wants better than pork ribs?
Since the very day I adopted this form, I have pondered my life back in my old world, and I have my concerns.
Now he's giving a soliloquy.
By what means can I return to my former world? Is there a beaten path I may tread upon? And should I succeed, what awaits me there?
That sounds tough.
From my fears, some wisdom has emerged. Why worry? Or rather, why not live however I choose to?
Yeah, that makes sense. It sounds unremarkable compared to the build-up. But I think that perspective is invaluable. If you try to conform to others, you'll only waste your life. We all die alone in the end. Best to do whatever you can to be happy while you're alive. Being a corporate drone makes me appreciate that. You know, he was saying, "Want me? Want me?" in the pet store. If that's the result of his pondering, that's adorable.
And yet, if I am to live however I wish, I require an accomplice. Thus do I ask you for your aid. Should you give it, I ensure money will be no object.
If my sweet little birdie wants something, I'm more than willing to help.
Let it be so. The contract is formed.
Peeps, slow down.
For thee, I bestow a fraction of my power.
Wait, I might have misunderstood something. Suddenly, my chest was filled with warmth.
Our fates intertwine as needle to thread.
What the?
Please let me out, if you would.
Oh, sure. I'm definitely lost right now, but it seems too late to back out. There's a few questions I'd like Peeps to answer, but more than anything, I'm scared of what'll happen if I upset him. If I'm gonna keep this little guy around, I prefer the two of us get along. Do you want to hop on, buddy?
Yes.
Oh, a shoulder sparrow. What an absolute darling. I'm glad I picked this little guy.
I may now use your body as a conduit to realize the full breadth of my potential. For frail though you may be, you still surpass the limits of this flabby form. And should I need to, I believe I could use my magic without destroying you utterly.
I mean, I would prefer not to do something that could put my health at risk.
Now, we fly!
Peeps, where are we?
The realm I once called home prior to my avian rebirth. Welcome to the Kingdom of Hertz, in the remote city of Batrium.
Oh, really? So then, this is a different world.
Hey, have you been getting here earlier lately?
Why do you ask?
Well, the trains ran late today and the rest of us barely made it. But you got here before we did. I had assumed you took the early morning train.
Oh, uh-huh.
Wait, I bet you're a rise and grind type.
Huh? Rise and what now?
Getting your hustle on at the gym, then heading straight to work so you can make that bread.
Nothing that intense. I never work out.
Could we talk more privately?
Sure. So then, what's up?
Sasaki! Would you consider going independent? I'm quitting soon to create my own startup. That said, the team I put together could really use a more experienced hand at the wheel with us. I think we could offer you a better life. Let's climb the ladder together.
Hey, tempting for sure. Would you mind if I took a little bit of time to weigh my options?
That's not a problem at all. You could even spend a year or so watching from the outside just to be safe. I am pretty young to be making my own startup. It's only natural you'd want to be cautious. Believe me, I get it.
Oh, no, it's not about that at all. Honestly, my personal life is getting kinda busy.
Oh, does that mean you're getting married?
Nah, something smaller. I got a pet.
That's the reason?
Yeah, that's it. He probably thinks that I gave him an excuse to avoid the question, but I'm being 100% honest. My pet is the reason my life is about to get busy. That day, when I met Peeps, and we went to another world, I knew then my life was changing. First, my personal favorite thing, a teleportation spell, which Peeps is using to release me from the constant rush hour commutes. Frankly, in a life full of stressors, removing one is a big deal. So with the extra time on my hands, I'm free to try new things, like Peeps' idea for a business running trade from our world to theirs. He told me if we want to make a lot, we should try to sell our wares to the kingdom's high-ranking nobility, but that's a long-term goal. So to start with, we set up a meeting with a trading company in the city. I won. Thank you.
I'm not allowed in when she's with a man.
Here, could you help me with this? It was free. Just a prize from a raffle. But I don't really care much for chocolate myself.
If you're sure you don't want it.
Peeps, I'm home.
Hi. Let us move post-haste. The Herman Trading Company, a place of commerce owned by the nobles in charge of the city.
Do you think they'll find it peculiar I have a Java sparrow perched on my shoulder?
If you say I'm your familiar, then nobody will object.
From my first shipment, I made 400 gold coins, the equivalent of 400 million yen back home. But here, any processed goods are unbelievably expensive. So, in reality, the actual value is between 4 and 40 million yen.
If you don't mind me asking, where did you come across these supplies? The quality is amazing.
I'm terribly sorry, sir, but I'm afraid that's confidential information. In lieu of answering that, please accept my assurance that I'm not dealing to anyone else. The stationery is exclusive for the time being. And with that, I'd like to thank you for your continued business. Since then, I've been bouncing back and forth between our worlds, schmoozing, tasting all sorts of food I've never had, and receiving magic lessons from Peeps. Much to my chagrin, after trying to learn teleportation, I discovered the chant to use it is over half a page long. I'll try to chip away at it during breaks at work. The idea of memorizing it all at once is exhausting. I'd rather learn things slow and steady, a little bit at a time. Or that's how I normally am. The next day, I may have slipped up. I've still got a couple minutes left before my lunch break ends. I'll bet I could do one of the simple spells. So, first thing, envision it, and then recite the chant. God damn it! I don't think that could have gone worse.
I must disagree. You have a greater affinity than I initially believed.
What do you mean?
I was not expecting you to succeed immediately. It is quite impressive.
Oh, yeah? I'll admit it feels nice to hear you compliment me. I'm stuffed to the brim. Now that I think of it, some of the stuff I'm selling competes with a place like this. Maybe I should try my hand at a restaurant.
You don't deserve this damn job! Get out of my sight! And you better not let me catch you around here ever again!
No, wait, Master! Please take me back! Just like in my world, layoffs feel bad for everyone, even here. Pardon me. I'd like to hear what happened. I don't suppose you have time to spare. He told me his name was French. He'd been working in that restaurant as an apprentice since he was a child, and recently he saw rapid improvement in his cooking skill. For this, he was highly praised, and sadly his colleagues, fueled by jealousy, falsely claimed he was stealing from the shop. The chef confronted him and wouldn't listen to a thing French said, which led to the scene we witnessed. He doesn't seem like a bad person, and if he's competent enough to recreate dishes he's tried... Mr. French, I'm opening a restaurant. Would you be willing to assist me in my business pursuit? Of course, you'd be the manager. What? What? After that, we went back to the Herman Trading Company. We spoke to Mark and requested supplies to get started. And thanks to the company's help, we opened a restaurant in a great location. This should be enough to cover your pay for the past month. Please, take it.
What? Sir, this is more than I would have ever dreamed!
It doesn't seem like that much, but maybe he wasn't paid well at his old place. Please, keep working hard.
Of course! For you, Master, I'll give it all I have!
Procuring ownership of a restaurant wasn't part of our original plans. Where did that choice come from?
I thought it would be a helpful way to get better food for my sweet birdie. If we can't get Chateaubriand, we can try and find something close. We'll find similar ingredients and see what he can do.
You did all this for my sake?
Honestly, because of all the merchandise we brought here, my finances in the other world are getting a little scary. So as a stopgap measure, I wanted to try eating over here.
You don't expect a promotion soon?
I don't think that's in the cards. My pay hasn't gone up at all in 5 years.
I see.
After that, we continued our magic training for a few days before going back to my apartment. Some basic fire magic, some water, a spell that shakes the earth, and one that conjures and shoots icicles. Sadly, still no teleportation, as it continues to elude me. I want to master that one most of all.
So what will you purchase next?
Well, I was looking at pastimes, and seems like hunting's popular over there.
Similar in popularity to your world's golf.
You sure have picked up a lot of info, haven't you, peeps?
I've made good use of your World Wide Web.
Yeah. I'm home. How are you?
Who is this?
It is a golem.
I figured we could stock up on some outdoorsy stuff that they can use while hunting.
Quite the wise assessment. You'll see high yield.
All right! Peeps agrees with me. Buyer's remorse isn't gonna bring me down today. Check it out. Like 2 miniature telescopes.
I have no doubt this item will fetch a lofty price. Now tell me,
Yeah?
that intense-looking metal object over there, what is it?
You've got your eye on a Swiss Army knife.
What's a Swiss Army knife?
It's a popular multi-purpose tool with tweezers and scissors and other stuff.
Incredible utility for such a small device.
No harm in taking some along. As it turned out, the new item sold as easily as Peeps had predicted, which moved me toward my goal of trading with nobility. By his request, I met the city's Lord Viscount Mueller. He's a very cautious man. Unlike the company, which openly welcomed trade, he needs his time to think on it. I'd better be more discriminating in my choice of goods from now on.
Sasaki, was it? I must ask you a question.
Yes, anything, my lord.
I understand you came here hailing from another continent. In the lands you're from, are wares like the ones you presented today seen as commonplace? Or rather, the goods you've brought seem to be of high quality. Are they seen as normal by the local populace, or unique to the upper crust of society?
Upper crust, my lord. They are special items only held by the privileged few.
That being the case, should I take your possession of these items to mean that you are a man of great repute? Regardless of the culture, it would be inappropriate of me to deal unilaterally with the nobility from another land.
If I were to lie and be found out later, it would make more trouble than it's worth. I am merely a craftsman, my lord. Recently my vessel capsized while at sea, and after drifting to shore I came here. As for the wares I present to you, some are what I had on me, while the rest are things I have created since that day.
Understood. Then going forward, when selling to the Herman Trading Company, bring a selection to me as well. I'll pay more than your asking price. My interest is high, and I wish to learn more, as I believe these items will impact our lives for the better.
Of course, my lord.
Starting today, you have permission to enter my mansion as you please. If in the course of your work you come across anything else that could benefit my domain, please tell me. Even matters unrelated to your wares, if it might aid my subjects' lives. As a sign of good faith, I will circulate your name through my house.
And with that development, things were starting to fall into place. I had established trade with a local lord, opened my own restaurant, begun studying magic, and was happily living my new life. A peaceful one in another world. Oh, today's my co-worker's farewell party.
Hey, can you get that? Number 3's up.
Yep, and here, eat up. Tell me if you want more.
Phil? Hey, Sasaki. Should I assume your silence is a no regarding going independent with us?
I'm afraid so.
I figured as much. Sorry to keep bugging you about it.
Why were you so intent on getting me in particular?
Why wouldn't I be? You've been giving good vibes in the office lately.
Huh?
I mean, look at yourself. You've been a real go-getter every day.
Oh, yeah. I guess that new mattress I got must be helping me sleep better. Right. The bed I've been using in the other world is pretty soft. And it's bigger than mine, too. I can't reach the edges even if I spread out. Compare that to my home, my little bed is starting to feel more cramped than usual. My body's becoming accustomed to the finer things in life. Actually, if I'm already eating there, I may as well sleep there.
Look alive, Sasaki! More beer!
On it!
I'm thinking maybe you've had enough, boss.
Excuse me! Could you get us another beer from the tap?
Stay safe out there, all right?
Come again.
He thinks I come off as a real go-getter. Did his arm transform? No way! But if I just turn my back, that lady's screwed.
Looks like you figured out how to keep that mouth shut.
What the hell did you do to me?
Oh crap, that doesn't look good. But I don't know how to make the freezing slow down. It's getting bad fast. He's gonna be dead before much longer. Hi.
You there. You're a psychic, right? Are you registered?
That gun looks like the real deal. Psychic? I don't think those are real.
What about the icicle? You fired it.
Yes, I suppose I can't deny that now, can I?
How long have you been able to do that?
Well, I learned it a few days ago.
What a joke. In other words, I was saved by a total amateur. I'll need you to follow me.
Huh?
Calm down. I'm trying to help you.
Wait a second. It looked like magic. Is it possible both of these people are from the other world? It's not crazy to assume. Who's to say that Peeps is the only person to cross into our world? If that is the case, I'd really like to talk to her. Hold on. I'm perfectly happy to tag along with you, but could I stop by my place first?
That's fine. It'll probably be an overnight stay. Be sure to grab a change of clothes.
What? Overnight's too long. I have to be in for work tomorrow.
No, our organization will cover for you.
That makes it sound scarier. That sums it up. I just ran into her out of nowhere.
That's peculiar. I don't detect any strong mana from her.
Huh? You don't?
She called you a psychic, am I mistaken? Perhaps whatever powers they possess build off of a different foundation than our magic. An intriguing surprise. If she is to be believed, then perhaps your world hosts an alternate form of power, similar in scope yet abiding by different rules.
If that really is the case, it's an unprecedented discovery.
I recommend you pursue the topic with her to gather more information.
Right. Though I'm sorry to ask, but would you be willing to accompany me?
Of course.
Hey there. Are you heading out again?
Oh, yeah. I'm out for the night.
Sounds like a late night at work. Is that a Java Sparrow?
Yep. Just got him the other day. Do you not like birds?
Oh, no, I think they're alright. Hey, there's actually something I wanted to talk to you about.
Really? You want to talk to me?
Yeah.
Huh. Well, I'm sorry. I'm in a bit of a hurry right now. So, next time? Thanks for waiting. If I'm staying overnight, do you mind if I bring my pet bird along with us? I can't just leave him to fend for himself.
I don't see why not. That out of the way, I still haven't introduced myself yet. My name's Hoshizaki.
You can call me Sasaki.
Another thing. Thanks for the assist. You saved me. So yeah. First up, let me explain the core principles of psychics. They're like wizards whose powers suddenly appear rather than being taught over years. About 1 in 100,000 people manifest an ability, and after that psychic ability does manifest, it never changes. Every psychic has one power. There are no confirmed accounts of anyone acquiring an additional ability. Although, with a little time and effort, they can still improve, both in their scope as well as strength. To give my own power as an example, not only can I manipulate water, I'm also able to change its temperature.
That's so. It sounds like a fundamentally different thing from magic.
There's a pretty wide range of abilities. Some people could burn an entire city to the ground overnight, while others' powers are inconsequential. Of course, a lot of abilities can get dangerous fast. There are plenty of people like the man we ran into before, who turn rogue on society and use their powers for their own gain. But if people like him didn't exist, then I'd be out of a job.
You're responsible for taking out guys like that.
That sums it up. And psychics have to register after they manifest. That whole process gets run through Japan's supervisory authority.
We actually have a group for that? I had no idea.
Obviously you wouldn't know. It's a national secret.
But then...
Oh, there it is. Up ahead. The Paranormal Phenomena Countermeasure Bureau.
Wow. This place is bigger than I would have thought.
I hope you like it, because you work here from now on.
It is nice.
Yeah, I got you registered with the Bureau earlier. Please, no need to thank me. Our salary's very competitive. As a government employee, they'll be compensating you based on the amount of effort you put in. They'll explain everything else you need to know in training, so I'll leave it there for now. Although, I'd like to ask a question just to confirm some details. Mind if we go over what your powers do again?
The idea of a government salary is fairly appealing, but fieldwork seems dangerous. I'd better be judicious about what I say so I don't wind up on the front lines. I can only buy icicles.
Would you give a demonstration?
Oh, sure.
Like I thought, you can conjure water without any already present.
Huh?
Your power may be capable of covering the weaknesses found in mine. Huh. I can control water and make it do my bidding, but that water has to be there to begin with. Normally I just carry it in a plastic bottle, or buy a little extra from the vending machine. But now that I have you, my sourcing problem is no more. I'll finally be able to explore my limitless potential, so I can take on even more dangerous jobs.
Miss Hoshizaki appears to be a total workaholic.
Hold on. Is she already asking for her next mission and just assuming I'll be a part of it? I'm not that adventurous. Could I have something more suited to me?
Did you not hear me? If the two of us work hard enough, then there's no ceiling to our paychecks.
I feel like I've stumbled upon a very dangerous person. What a day. As much as I'd love to call it a night, I still have stuff to do in the other world. I need to deliver the new supplies and give French his pay for the month. Guess it's time to ask Peeps to take me there. No. On second thought, we probably shouldn't speak. The Bureau might have installed surveillance cameras around here. Hey, Peeps. Sit tight a little longer. Does he already understand why I'm concerned? I have such a smart birdie. How about we go for a walk, just us?
Someone's following us.
Oh, for real? If buying supplies is off the table, I'd at least like to inform the trading company that we're being delayed. Is that something we can make happen?
Well, for every hour we spend there, mere minutes pass here. That's all the time we must justify. So defecation will suffice.
Sounds good enough for me.
Excuse me, can I use your restroom?
Okay, are you ready, Peeps?
Aye.
Upon arriving, I told Mark that we would need some more time to get our wares in order for him. After that, I made sure French was paid, and made sure the overhead was covered, then quickly went back to Japan. Who would bother me this early? Yeah.
But Adam! I'm sorry for stopping by your place without warning, but would you mind coming with me?
I guess she's a morning person. Like, geez, how long does that makeup take? You're still the only person I've had the pleasure to meet in our organization, so please keep in mind there's nothing personal by saying this to you. But I'd prefer to speak with somebody a little bit higher up on the totem pole. Just to confirm that this is normal procedure for those in our positions.
You're not suggesting you have a problem working with me.
All I'm saying here is that if we're actually going to work together, I'd feel infinitely more comfortable if I could have a quick conversation with somebody who can verify exactly what your role in the company is. After all, you seem to be some sort of field agent. I'd be heading into the field before meeting my boss, and I can't imagine that's our protocol.
Oh boy. Do you geezers always have to make everything so complicated?
We geezers would be more than happy to interface with you if you were slightly more prudent with your choice of words.
Whatever. We'll stop by the Bureau. Make yourself look nice.
I suppose I wasn't clear.
Excuse me, Hoshizaki.
Oh?
Do you have a minute?
Chief?
I saw you out and about quite early today. I was curious what had gotten your attention. I'm glad, as always, that you're so passionate about your work. But let's avoid roping newcomers into something over their heads. I take it you're Sasaki.
That's correct.
I'm sorry this is how we're introduced. My work has been keeping me very busy lately. I'm Akutsu, your supervisor. I'm looking forward to working with you. Obviously, I'm her supervisor, too.
I see. Pleasure to make your acquaintance, sir.
Now, Hoshizaki, please return to the office and draft a report on the other day.
Huh? Yes, sir.
I need Sasaki to undergo his training. Stay alert. They'll call soon. Try to keep it on your person whenever possible.
Not on my downtime, right?
There's always a chance emergency jobs will crop up here and there.
You don't say. Well, that stinks. If they're allowed to call me whenever they want, even my days off aren't really my own. If they use this phone too much, I might accidentally lose it. There's no signal in the other world, so even with GPS, they won't be able to track me down.
One moment. Apologies, but I've got to get back to the office. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out via call or text. I don't mind giving advice if something comes up while you're in the field.
After that, I went back home briefly, then headed straight to the bureau from the other day. While there, they put me through a simple physical, a short athletic test. We took a bunch of ID photos. And to cap it off, I had to read my training booklet. I learned about my new employer, the Paranormal Phenomena Countermeasure Bureau, and their privacy standards. Officially, the Bureau isn't listed anywhere. I've been strictly forbidden from mentioning it to outsiders. As far as anyone outside knows, every one of us is a member of the police. For Hoshizaki and I, we're classified as sergeants, which explains why she's allowed to walk around with a gun. Oh, do you know what Hoshizaki's responsibilities are?
To be quite frank, I'm not sure that's something I can disclose.
Huh?
Mind if I ask why you want to know?
I think the two of us will be teaming up on missions in the near future.
Well, that's as good a reason as any. But I don't know how to say this lightly. Good luck out there, buddy. Even he thinks she's a nightmare to deal with?
With that, my training was over. Then they gave me an allowance, so I could buy what I needed.
1,000,000 yen!
I've been scraping by this month, so it's appreciated. I'll put it to good use and get some more stock for the other world.
You were out pretty late.
Oh, you're still here.
So was everything okay with your urgent business?
Oh, that's right. You had something you wanted to tell me. I'm all ears now.
That's kind of you to remember. Although, it's actually something I was hoping to give you. I made them as a project in my home ec class. I know you said you didn't like chocolate, but do you think cookies would be okay?
Wait, really?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I do believe I'll enjoy them with some milk.
Also, can I ask you a question?
Uh-huh. What's up?
The woman who took you inside of her car, I don't suppose she's your girlfriend, is she?
How strange. I didn't think she saw me with Hoshizaki. She's just my superior at my job.
I'm surprised. She looks awfully young to be a superior to someone like you.
It's a meritocracy. What can I say?
Oh, so like a foreign company?
There's some foreign influence, if nothing else. Actually, it's about as domestic as can be, but I shouldn't tell her that. I heard stories about what happened to people who leaked classified info, and I don't want to end up like them. So better safe than sorry.
I apologize. I totally had the wrong impression.
Hey, not like it really matters, so... Anyway, good night. Home at last. Huh? Peeps? How about we take another walk?
While you were away, an intruder entered into your dwelling.
I figured they would.
They installed some sort of mechanical device, but perchance you knew them?
I'm afraid not. Total stranger. But I'm not really surprised to hear they sent someone to set up bugs in my apartment. Wait, you were normal, right? They didn't catch you surfing the web or anything?
Thankfully, I was catching a moment's respite inside my enclosure.
That's one blessing, at least. Yes? Sasaki here.
I'm impressed by your performance, Sasaki.
You have misgivings, and I understand your concern. That said, going forward, I'd appreciate you not entering my apartment uninvited. If you continue trying to pull stunts like this one, it's going to be very difficult for us to see eye to eye in the future.
I'm sorry about that. The whole thing is something of a rite of passage. And you passed with flying colors, Sasaki.
What's that supposed to mean?
There are some people out there who dissent with the practices of our organization. Therefore, this test evaluates not only your skill, but your allegiance as well. We now know that you're not plotting anything nefarious against our organization. If you were, you wouldn't have immediately removed the bugs. We've had a number of chances to catch moles within our ranks. And when tested, they either incriminate themselves right away or try to act like there's nothing amiss.
I guess that makes sense.
That's not all we're looking for. Many psychics exhibit problematic behavior. They often believe themselves to be a chosen few. So to handle them, and to promote further registration to our bureau, we're always searching for talented and forthright agents like you. I look forward to seeing what bright future awaits you under my leadership.
Thank you, sir.
No, thank you, Sasaki. Well, until next time.
Was that a call from your boss? We may need to exhibit greater caution around him.
No kidding.
Incidentally, were you not planning to buy more stock today?
Oh, shoot, I forgot. You know, I think that'll pass this time. Just when I thought my life was starting to get more comfortable. If I want a relaxed life in another world, I've still got quite the ways to go.
Wait, you mustn't retire. You haven't procured my dinner yet!
Yes, you'll have a fine future with me. Sasaki.
Wow, I would have never expected you to learn the secrets of intermediate level spells so quickly.
Well, it's only because of the wellspring of magic you gave me to use.
Alas, you belittle your accomplishment. Even with a head start like I gave you, most magic users would prove to be incapable of accomplishing such feats in under a decade. You should be proud of your growth in the past several weeks.
I've locked down the recovery spell, and the lightning spell felt comfortable. That should do it for today.
You've recorded them all here.
Sure. I need somewhere to keep track of the words, right? Memorizing all of those chants is getting more difficult than I had anticipated.
There's no need. Simply use your grimoire to remind you.
My grimoire? Like those things wizards carry around in games and manga? I don't know where a guy like me would find one. Are they looted off bad guys in a dungeon?
No, you're holding one in your hands as we speak.
Huh?
You see, the term grimoire refers to any collection of transcribed chants. Thus, it need not be of scroll and ink. Your portable compendium is just as good as a tome.
I guess we're not very strict with definitions in this world, are we? Anyway, we don't want to be late to our meeting, so let's head back to Mark.
Aye, and after that...
I haven't forgotten. We'll go get something nice to eat from our restaurant.
Fine meats to whet the palate.
I just gave you meat last night.
And yet, I desire more.
I'm worried. Am I feeding my pet too much?
Perish the thought.
How'd you come up with these?
I understand that their application seems incredible, but I don't want to mislead you. They require a limited fuel to use. What you'll need is one of these pieces of metal. You'll find they keep it operational for slightly over a day. After that, the power stored inside of it will be exhausted. Please be aware that at that point, the functions will discontinue.
Even keeping that in mind, it's very impressive. The potential uses for a tool like this go far beyond the day-to-day. These things could sell for 100 gold each and be worth it.
That's good to hear. The new imports seem to be going over well. I'm relieved I won't be stuck holding on to inventory. Where would I put it?
Thank you. We've been consistently pleased with the high quality of your wares.
The pleasure's all mine. I'm sorry I had to keep you waiting for the past couple months.
It's nothing to worry about. Has your situation settled down at all?
Yes, all better now. Actually, settled is the last word I would use to describe it.
If you don't mind, may I inquire something? If you're able to procure more of these, could you tell me? I'd be interested in purchasing every single unit you have in stock.
What? You want even more?
Yes. Would that present an issue?
Oh no, not at all. I'm sure I can deliver more to you soon.
I can't thank you enough. I'll make it worth your while. You have my word on that.
But now, you've piqued my curiosity.
Well, honestly, I spoke with the Viscount, and he asked me to watch for any especially great products, saying he'd buy the whole stock of anything I deemed sufficiently useful.
Viscount Mueller?
That's right, and between you and me, there are growing tensions with the nearby state. If I may speak openly with you, I suspect he's preparing for something major.
Are you saying what I think you are?
Do take care, and please stay safe.
You too. Thanks for the warning.
Master! Over here!
Sorry I was away for so long.
Not at all. I'm happy you made it.
Wow. Business is booming.
Indeed, and our clientele's improving by the day.
Well, I'm over the moon to hear it.
Now, may I show you to your seat? I've reserved it for you.
Yes, it would be my honor. Oh, but first, here you go. This is your pay for the month. You've earned every bit. And, if you don't mind,
What do you have there?
I've put together some new recipes for you. If it's not any trouble, I'd love it if you could try to replicate these as best as you can.
Of course, will do. We can talk about any extra details you might have after we get inside.
After that, Peeps and I enjoyed the wonderful cuisine French had prepared for us, before returning to the modern world. Yes, good morning.
Sasaki?
Hoshisaki? How are you today?
It's time. Are you almost here?
What?
We have a mission. Didn't the chief already give you a call? Well, see you soon.
Glad you made it, Sasaki.
I'm so sorry for sleeping through your calls.
No, I'm sorry for the urgency.
A competent agent should be ready anytime. Got it?
My apologies.
Oh, is this some fresh meat?
Right. Let me introduce you. Say hello to our new employee. His name is Sasaki, and he'll be working with Hoshizaki. Let's get along.
Yo, what's up?
Hi, it's nice to meet everyone.
Alright, it's about time to get a move on. Oh, and sweetie, make sure the new guy doesn't piss himself too bad, okay?
Huh? My first mission's a mass arrest?
You've got it. We're coming down on a group that works out of this city. All of its members would be classified as irregular psychics.
And what does that mean?
Trouble, that's what it really boils down to. We tried to register them, same as we always do for psychics. Unfortunately, this group refused to comply.
So we're arresting them just because they refuse to register with the Bureau?
It's not that simple. One of them used their ability in public, and several people got hurt.
Wait, I've seen this guy before. He attacked Hoshizaki.
The other members are suspected as complicit. We've been looking into their dealings for a while, and recently we managed to locate their hideout. For public safety, we need to stop them, and quickly.
You look like you're on your way to your own funeral. Relax, you're not gonna have to fight anybody.
Right, of course not. Supposedly, I'm only playing frontline support. But I feel like that still makes me a target.
Come on, we outrank all those loser psychics we're up against. They'll be just fine. Quit being a baby.
You're setting a bad example for the new recruit. Cut it out.
Ooh, so scary!
Now that you mention it, you sure are calm for a time like this. Psychic battles seem so dangerous. Training said they're as risky as a gunfight.
A high-risk mission means high rewards for us. This is an opportunity to make some real bank.
Of course, that's what's really important, isn't it? You have such an impressive work ethic, Miss Hoshizaki.
And I'll be counting on you. So don't let me down.
Sure, wouldn't dream of it. Oh yeah, I have one more concern.
What's up?
Just in case, we get workers' comp, right? I wish I'd learned a barrier spell.
Chief, everyone's in position. Good, then we're ready to commence the operation. All teams, roll out!
Nowhere to run. Everyone, put your hands up. Nobody's here?
Sure looks that way, doesn't it?
What the hell, dude?
Does someone care to explain?
Man, do you think the higher-up sent us to the wrong place?
Hey, what do you think? What's going on?
I have a bad feeling about this. Pack it up. We're leaving.
If you say so.
Come in! HQ! Can you hear me? Come in! This is way worse than what we signed up for.
Has anyone heard from headquarters?
We got nothing! We've completely lost contact with...
It looks like we walked into a trap.
This sure took a turn for the worse. A wind ability? No. The others are showing no signs of being buffeted. Perhaps it's psychokinesis then.
Hey, what's the big idea? These were supposed to be small fry!
That is definitely a high-ranking psychic power.
Damn you! That's no good.
Sasaki! Support me.
Oh, right! On your six, incoming!
Well done.
Thanks. You too. Still, we're completely on the defensive. If only I could determine the psychic's location.
Hey! Don't! No! Please, I'm begging you!
Sasaki,
Yeah, I'm here.
run for it.
Huh? But what about...
Hurry up! Stick around and you're dead.
You know, she's probably right. Still, if Hoshizaki loses her water supply, she's in trouble. Sorry, but I'm not going to turn tail and abandon my partner.
But, Sasaki, no.
Leaving her to die would scar me psychologically for sure. Also, I remember reading somewhere that deserting is a serious crime and I don't have it in me to do the time for it.
Oh, we've got a few survivors, do we? You fought well. That's highly unexpected. Please, none of that. Remain where you are. Oh, you can manipulate its temperature?
She's fast.
Seriously?
I'll let you live. Your ability seems like it could be rather useful. Now then, I do believe there's one more rat scurrying around. Come out of your nest and squeak for me. Surely this girl's fate must mean something to you.
The mission's failed. As best as I can tell, the whole squad's been wiped out. And who knows how many enemies there are. I could still run, but with her leg strength, she'd catch up to me in no time. In that case... excuse me? Do you think it might be possible for you to tone down the violence?
Well, now, I've not seen you before.
Oh, right. I'm Sasaki. Pleased to make your acquaintance.
How very unsettling. Tell me, might you be the source of this water?
I suppose you could say that, considering it's true and all.
I understand. Your ability becomes particularly effective when paired with that of this girl.
Oh, she's got our number right off the bat. This isn't going well. Gotta regain some ground. You know, I must say, you've got some pretty fearsome abilities of your own. Being able to send things flying gives you total control of the area. Not to mention you can take out any stragglers without breaking a sweat. If you don't mind my asking, I'd be very interested to know your group's name for future reference.
Huh? Are you saying you haven't heard of us?
Hang on, are they famous?
So that's it. You're no more than a fledgling recruit, aren't you?
Ah, crap. I accidentally let on how green I am. But at least I managed to confirm that she's not alone here. Yes, it's true. I only joined up a short time ago. To be perfectly honest, it was just the other day. So that's why a proper introduction would be helpful if it's not an imposition. And once that's out of the way, I'd love to meet your companions. I'm afraid I'm unable to pinpoint their location. You could at least tell me how many of them there are.
You are uncommonly relaxed, given the situation you're in.
The only thing I have to lean on right now is my ignorance, or at least that's how I'm looking at it.
What an optimistic characterization.
I'm sorry to press the point, but how about you give that introduction?
Sadly, I cannot oblige.
That's too bad. I've got to make sure I don't hit Hoshizaki.
Praying for someone to come save you. What is going on here?
Crap! That was close. So there were 2 hidden psychics. I think that's all of them.
Exactly. What are you?
Have you forgotten already? You summed it up yourself. I'm nothing more than a fledgling recruit.
Huh?
I have a proposal that I believe would be to both our benefit.
I'm listening.
If you give me your word not to reveal anything that happened here today, then you may go on your way in peace and I'll do the same. Put as simply as possible, do you think we can agree to call it a draw for now? I'd rather not press the issue and risk getting myself hurt. Well, what do you say?
I accept. You called yourself Sasaki, did you not?
I did.
I don't suppose you might have any interest in joining us.
I appreciate the offer, but I'm afraid I'm the sort who's more comfortable following the herd.
What an awful pity. If your circumstances ever change, we'd always be more than happy to have you.
Should that happen, I'll keep you in mind.
All right. If there's nothing else, we'll be taking our leave.
One moment, please.
Yes, what is it?
Might I ask about the condition of our superiors? We lost all contact with them a short time ago.
So be it. Seeing as we've called off the fight, it's only fair that I release them.
Thanks for your cooperation.
Farewell.
Thank goodness.
And you're telling me the enemy withdrew of their own accord?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
With all due respect, I can't help noticing that you seem to be a bit skeptical.
Don't worry. I'm going to choose to believe your story. And I'm sorry you had such a rough time of it on your very first job.
It's fine.
Why don't you go home, get some rest?
Thank you, sir. I think I'll do just that.
Mm-hmm.
Hoshizaki. Are you feeling all right?
Yes.
I sure am glad to hear it.
Listen, are you free right now?
Sure, I guess. I'd rather get home and relax, but if I say that, she'll probably get mad. Life Keep-based rejuvenation will have to wait.
Could I take you out to express my gratitude?
You...
Again, thank you so much for today.
Oh, hey, you have nothing to thank me for. I was doing my job the same as you. Or to put it more accurately, I was trying to, but you ended up getting hurt because I'm so inexperienced. So come to think of it, I should apologize.
But at the end of the day, you really saved me back there.
Honestly, it was nothing. I don't know about you, but my stomach says it's time to order.
Yes, let's do it.
Have you decided?
Let me see.
Could I get octopus vegetable marinade and beef tagliata? Oh, and boscaiola pizza, and then an order of today's pasta special.
Well, that was fast.
And what can I get the two of you to drink?
Oh, I'll have a craft beer, please.
Just a glass of orange juice for me.
Of course, right away.
You don't want to order something stronger to celebrate?
Even if I wanted to, I couldn't. I mean, I'm not old enough yet. Come on, what's with that face?
This might be rude, but may I ask how old you are?
I'm 16.
You gotta be kidding me.
No, when I'm not working, I'm in school. And I dress this way as a means of fending off age discrimination.
I guess it's safe to assume that also explains why you talk the way you do. I don't get it. Why are you so devoted to this job at your age? As a high schooler, there's so many other interests and aspirations you could be pursuing at this point in your life. Why would you want to set all that aside for an occupation that puts you in danger at every turn?
The reason's quite simple. The work we do pays us big time.
All right, here you are. A craft beer and an orange juice.
Now, shall we toast? To your successful first mission.
Yeah, I'll drink to that.
And to many, many, many more to come.
Huh? It's starting to get chilly. A kid?
What?
Nothing. What do I do? Report her to the authorities? But it's been such a long day already. If I have to fill out paperwork or make a statement, it'll take me even longer to get home. Even so, I can't just leave her out here. I have no choice. Hey, wait, where'd she go? What gives?
Okay, see you around, mister.
No. Could it be? Chateaubriand from the finest Kobe beef!
Consider this a little thank you for everything you've done to help me, peeps. Why don't we live it up just this once?
It's amazing! How was the taste so exquisite?
What a cutie! Man, I want to take a pic.
I understand you had an arduous day.
Yeah, really makes me wish I had learned some barrier magic.
Aye, and healing magic too. They may both prove quite necessary in your upcoming trials.
Oh, no doubt. So after we finish meeting with Mark, think we could do a few extra lessons?
Yes, certainly.
After that, I'll spend the night in a soft bed, enjoy French's cooking, and start tomorrow nice and relaxed. At least, that's what I had hoped. Wait, did you say war? My relaxation plans might have to be put on hold. Say war?
The king has ordered me to the front lines. I will be making my way there before too long.
Then Mark was right, though I wish he wasn't.
The Ogan Empire is quite strong. If If I were to compare it to the Kingdom of Hertz, I'd say their forces are twofold, or close to it. If the enemy troops reach the city, the damage would be immense. So let me ask you, in this dark time, might I count on you to aid us?
Huh? I don't want to get involved. How can I stay out of the war without disrespecting him? I'm afraid I am nothing but a humble craftsman. I don't wish to deny you, but I fail to understand what use I could be to your lordship.
I know who you are. And yet, humble though you are, your wares are invaluable. If you could provide more during wartime, our nation would benefit tremendously. So once again, will you serve as our purveyor? That's the only thing I'd ask of you.
Understood. Just rations and materiel.
But even by carriage, one trip takes over 2 weeks. To get everything in under a month, I can't say I have high hopes. I've spoken to Herman Trading to start with negotiations, but given the jump in food price, if I forced them to acquiesce, it would destroy our city's economy faster than any war could.
The king sent down a direct order to Viscount Mueller. He is to feed the front lines and build strongholds. As a nobleman in service to the crown, he has no other choice but to comply. Otherwise, he may find himself stripped of his peerage. I would like to beg your forgiveness in advance for what I'm about to say. But I had an idea. My lord, would the best decision not be to simply abandon the kingdom?
That reminds me, are you familiar with the Star Sage?
I'm not. I apologize.
100 years ago, when you looked at the Kingdom of Hertz, you saw a prosperous land with thriving magic. Now, due to certain nobles overstepping their bounds, most of the mages have long since fled from our kingdom. In their place, there was one person called the Star Sage, who lived inside the palace. He maintained the peace for many more years as he worked tirelessly for the betterment of the kingdom and its people. But all of that ended a few years ago. There was a group of nobles who were jealous of the Star Sage and the favor His Majesty showed to him, and they conspired to have him killed. Ever since that day, our kingdom has been on the decline, with corruption moving us towards ruin. It is because of the carelessness of us nobles that our people must now confront this fate. Forgive me, Sasuke, but that is why I rejected your advice. I swear, on my life, I will never forsake my responsibility to the people of this land.
Of course, my lord. I was insensitive. I now fully comprehend the situation.
You mean?
I will work with you. I hope I can meet your expectations.
You will be handsomely rewarded for your generosity.
On that, I would ask you to make me a promise, my lord, and I'm sorry to say that it's non-negotiable.
Later, Sasuke! Come back soon!
Oh, yeah, I will.
Ah, greetings! Count Dietrich! My lord, it is an honor.
Tell me something. Why did you make such a promise back there? You needn't concern yourself over me.
It's fine. Don't worry your little feathers. What do you think? Does the kingdom stand a chance?
It is unlikely they can win an all-out war.
I see.
Speak to me. What's on your mind?
I'd like to help them if I can, even a little bit, but
You are correct to believe there are limits to our capabilities. But my magic could easily turn the tides of something as simple as war. Remember, I am Piercarlo, Star Sage from a world not your own. With merely a fraction of my power, a spat between kingdoms would be easily quelled. Bringing destruction is child's play. And yet, to create requires significant effort. Bearing this in mind, the relationships you have built with the people of this city should not be given away so easily.
in that case, let's find a way to resolve this without drawing needless attention. everything okay?
You see, my old master wanted me to sell him our ingredients at a marked down price.
Is that so?
Part of me feels indebted for his tutelage over the years, but you're the person who gave me this restaurant when I had nothing. To think I would ever want to betray you. Oh, I'm sorry. I got emotional.
Please, I'm glad to hear your real feelings without any restraint. Listen, Mr. French, let me know if any of those people try to bother you again. There will be countermeasures next time.
But, sir, I wouldn't want to make any more trouble that you have to deal with.
No sweat. It's in my best interest to keep both you and the restaurant safe.
You're so nice.
Looks like the Viscount was right. The price of food is already skyrocketing. If we're gonna help, we'll have to do it sooner than I thought. Is this the place?
The Kepler Trading Company, based in the town of New Sonia in the Republic of Lung, the hub of the prosperous trade for which the region is known.
Helpful to know. Let's move.
You've come here with quite a sizable list of desired goods.
I was under the impression that you kept a great deal of supplies in stock.
Pardon me if this is too presumptuous, but a purchase of this size makes it look like a war is underway. It reminds me of something I just heard. It was from our southern branch. They said local food prices were rapidly increasing. Also, they mentioned tensions with a neighboring land.
You have presumed correctly. I am procuring for a country at war.
Understood. How sad. But even if I do sell you everything you're asking for, won't it prove challenging for you to transport it back? If things devolve before your return, won't you be at a loss?
He reminds me of a rep we dealt with at my old job. He had the same manner of speech, so self-assured no matter what direction the conversation took. I always felt like he was putting me through the ringer. No, sir. I'm not concerned. I'll have no trouble putting it to good use.
You're more assured than I would have expected of you. If I may say, Mr. Sasaki, your style of dress would suggest you're not from this continent.
That serves as a boon to my trade. You see, it lets me move around more freely. Moreover, lest we forget why we're here now, merchants don't care about reputation. Why should one's rank stand in the way of trade? Frankly, the potential for profit is all that matters. I'm glad I worked at a trading firm. What do you know? Never thought I'd be thankful for that.
I still need to ask, are you patronizing other trading houses?
No. I intend to complete this request solely through Kepler Trading.
As for payment, what means can we expect from you?
If you would have a look at the order form I've given to you, I have large gold coins from the Kingdom of Hertz.
Then, with those terms, we'll happily oblige. Thank you for your business.
Please, I should be thanking you.
Do my eyes deceive me? You really filled the warehouse in mere days.
Will this suffice?
Oh, more than enough. How can I thank you for this? I wouldn't have believed it if I weren't here. Because of your effort, we can keep up the fight another day. There is no doubt of the impact this will have. Rest assured that countless lives will be saved thanks to you.
I'm simply glad I could be of service, my lord.
Wait, could it be possible? Much like the Star Sage, you know a spell to travel quickly between locations.
What a question. Even Peeps was caught off guard. I can't risk putting my sweet birdie in the crosshairs. With that in mind, I'll have to put the heat on myself instead. Your lordship, might we keep this a secret?
Yes, I understand. Rest assured, I shan't breathe a word to anyone else.
You have my thanks. My lord, if you'll permit a question, where does the title of Star Sage come from anyway?
When compared to the number of stars in the sky, the spells he knows are greater still, and thus his appellation was born. Indeed, in all my years of life, I have never met a mage with as vast a repertoire. Though when he heard others refer to him in such a way, he was bashful to a fault.
He sounds humble.
You may call me Pier Carlo, Star Sage and refugee from another world!
For someone embarrassed by the title, he sure came right out and said it, that little scamp. With that context, maybe my Star Sage really likes his nickname.
I thank you once again. You've given my travel time leeway and lifted a weight off of me. Even the horses will benefit.
I pray for your safety.
Despite the brevity of it, our discussion of the Star Sage meant a great deal to me. Perhaps, if I had but a fraction of the strength and bravery that you've demonstrated today, I might well have put a stop to the fate that befell him. This debt I swear to repay. My thanks, Sasuke.
On our carriage ride, maybe because of the Viscount, or perhaps because there was a driver there, Peeps sat in silent contemplation. After that, roughly 1 month later in the Otherworld's time, I was greeted by a visibly disturbed Mark, who told me the Viscount had passed away.
Sasaki? Sasaki? Hey, Sasaki.
Oh, yes, sir.
Are you all right?
Yes. I'm sorry.
Thank you for coming so quickly. I'm happy to tell you that starting today, you're promoted.
Huh?
The incident the other day took quite a few people out of commission. As such, we need to fill the positions they've left behind.
Inspector. That's nice.
This may be less ideal than getting a promotion for years of hard work. I'm sure you understand.
Yes, I understand completely.
Very good. You have a new mission. You'll still be working with Hoshizaki, but now the two of you will be assigned to psychic recruitment. Is there a problem with that?
I don't have any issues going out to look for new recruits. It's just, I'm not sure if I'm comfortable working with Hoshizaki.
There are alternative ways to fulfill this assignment without her involvement. We find and approach wild psychics based on several sources. I could assign you to the ones extracted from police reports, or maybe something even more dangerous would be better for you. How about the psychics working as irregulars? Do you still think you're better off solo?
Not at all, sir. Please, let me work with Hoshizaki.
I'm glad you made the right decision.
Oh, Peeps. I hope you're doing all right back at home.
Good evening, mister.
Evening.
I hope work went okay.
Thanks.
You seem like you've been so busy lately.
Yeah, a little bit.
Um,
What's up?
if you ever have the time, I could give you a shoulder massage after work.
Wait, what?
You're always doing so much to help me out. I want to do something for you.
She's made similar suggestions in the past, but I wouldn't want to cross any lines. Thank you, but I'm afraid I couldn't accept.
What a shame.
Hey, you know what? I needed to get rid of these. Could you help me out with them?
Whoa, you have so many. But I don't understand how this helps you out at all.
I only purchased them trying to get labels for a sweepstakes. It's way too much for me to eat. So I need someone with a younger stomach to eat them for me.
I appreciate it, sir.
I'm back, Peeps.
Just the other day, there was another fire. This is the third time it's happened in recent memory. The police believe there's a potential connection.
Hey, I just got home. What do you think? I bought some cake from the store. You want to share? So, Peeps, were you close with Viscount Mueller?
Close is not the word I myself would use, but we partook of drinks a number of times.
Despite the brevity of it, our discussion of the Star Sage meant a great deal to me.
I see.
I had hoped for another opportunity to dine with my friend.
Can magic bring him back? Any spells to revive the dead? There's gotta be one.
Sadly, we have nothing of that ilk. Does such a method exist in your world?
I don't think so. I'm sorry, I can't do anything to save him.
It's fine. No need to apologize. To enjoy the highs of life, we must know the sorrow of death. It is unlikely he faced his end alone. Many others may have been lost that day. To mourn them all is more than I can bear.
Poor guy. I think he's having a tough time connecting to people given the current state of things. It might be uncalled for, but I want to try and say something to help. So, if there's absolutely anything I can do for you, I'll do it in an instant. I want nothing more than for my pet to be happy.
You're quite the wordsmith for a man of such humble means.
I'm working on fixing that part.
I choose to hope.
After that, Peeps and I hurried back to the city to check on how it was doing. We were concerned it may have gotten worse. I know it's late. Thanks for having us.
I will never complain about having another chance to serve you and show off our newest meals, sir.
All right. And how's it been since last time?
Fine, thank you for asking. I haven't seen my old master or his men around at all. That said, business has been down lately. The Viscount's death inspired many people to get out of the city.
That makes sense.
Sasuke, so this is where you've been?
Oh, hello, Mark. Is everything okay?
I received word from Viscount Mueller's butler, saying that he would like to speak with us at the mansion, and it sounded quite urgent.
Let me introduce you. This is Viscount Mueller's first and only daughter, Lady Elsa.
Her hair's piled higher than those bouffants that used to be in style. Like, holy cow! I can't imagine how that hair ornament's staying on top of her.
Now, my lady, please say hello to our guests. Please, my lady.
Good day to you.
A succession issue? Really?
Yes, following their father's passing, there has been an internal dispute between Lady Elsa's two elder brothers. Lord Maximilian and Lord Kai are vying with each other for control.
Kai's got no brains. Our house doesn't stand a chance if he takes over.
Oh, my lady, you mustn't speak that way in the presence of our guests.
What do you want from me? It's true.
I must beg your forgiveness. My lady is quite close with her eldest brother, Lord Maximilian, but sadly less so with Lord Kai.
I believe I have the scope of things. So you had something to ask?
That's right. This is a matter concerning my lady's safety, you understand. In light of recent family issues, for the time being, I wish to leave her in the care of the Herman Trading Company.
Wait, hold on now. Are you sure?
Sebastian, I've told you over and over again I'm perfectly safe.
I must take every precaution protecting you. Otherwise, I disgrace his lordship's memory.
I understand. Viscount Mueller was always extremely kind to us to the very end. Though I'm certain that you'll find us quite inadequate, we'll gladly serve you. So please, you are more than welcome to impose.
My most sincere thanks, my lady. I shall tend to your brothers and the estate for the duration of your absence.
You better not fail.
Lady Elsa, we will furnish the best care we can.
I expect no less.
Now that we have an understanding, let us be off. We need to go and set up an adequate lodging for you.
Pardon me. May I ask, why did you request for me?
Simple. His lordship once told me you were a purveyor, that you sold tools for communicating and seeing objects even across great distances. I don't suppose you still have access to goods of this sort, do you?
Yes, I can acquire more if there's a pressing need for them.
I would like to order one of each. Could you bring them both when next we meet?
I can't see any immediate problems with this. He is the Viscount's butler. But, I don't know. Something doesn't feel right. Consider it a deal. They'll be in your hands as soon as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Sasaki. I am grateful for the assistance.
Father.
Yes, the plan is still proceeding as we expected. There is no concern that they suspect us. I've kept my eye on how other nobles have been responding. The ones backing the brothers are quite greedy. Now that the Viscount's dead, everyone is looking for a chance at power. So all you need is the slightest provocation. And people's true natures will come out. The rest is soon to come. If you secure the marriage negotiations, everything will work in your favor. I trust you don't need to be reminded of my compensation. Of course not. I'll finally have the money to retire and live my life in luxury.
For some time now, Lady Elsa has been living in hiding with the Herman Trading Company. It seems like she's starting to feel more comfortable. That's the stuff. Consider me impressed. French really did a great job with the recipe I gave him.
What a cute familiar. I find it so charming.
I'm forever thankful that I have him.
I would like to pet him, please.
Oh, well, he's fine with it?
I positively adore how his feathers feel to the touch.
Oh, man. I want to pet him, too.
Aren't you a precious one?
Ouch! Oh, crap.
Wait, he talked, didn't he? The bird just spoke.
I don't know what you're referring to.
There's no way you've missed that. He clearly said ouch.
You have such an active imagination.
I'm positive that I heard him speak.
My lady, there's been an incident. You must return to the estate immediately.
Earlier, out in the forest, we came across these, my lady.
What's going on here? These swords belong to my brothers.
Are they okay? We made sure to scour the whole area, but in the end all we could find were these traces of a heated battle. I fear the worst. I cannot begin to imagine how it must feel to lose not only your father, but both of your brothers. But in spite of your tragedy, we have responsibilities to uphold, so please allow me this one request. I must implore you, by your birthright, take charge as head of House Mueller. Hold on, I think she could use a little time before you ask her. Due to these circumstances, her ladyship is the only one in the kingdom with a claim to the title. Should she refuse, the house would have no one at its helm and would subsequently be dissolved.
I'll do it.
The title will be yours in name. For now, I will handle affairs of the estate. That will suffice until the time when you take a husband. My lady.
Yes, I understand.
You have my gratitude. I promise I will keep supporting you.
Everybody out there is evacuating.
Things must be getting pretty bad.
They are. After the king's forces were broken at the front lines, many citizens have begun seeking shelter.
So everything I heard was true.
There have been stories. Apparently, the Oaken Empire has begun attacking surrounding regions. I've seen scattered carriages with our wares inside. Even we've been preparing to take shelter, so I'll be heading to the capital. Lady Elsa will be going with me as well. If it would help, you're welcome to join us.
I appreciate the kind invitation, but let me assure you that I'll be just fine.
If you're positive, I believe the sorrow is starting to get to me. Lady Elsa will inherit her family's legacy. They've watched these lands for generations, yet her first act may be to abandon them.
Hear me out. I have a request.
You want to save those people, right? Sure. Let's go.
I'm sorry.
Don't worry. Should we use the teleportation spell?
No. We lack intel on their location. When night falls, we will use a different method.
And what is this method? Whoa! This is even more awesome than I expected! You're actually making me fly!
I was under the impression that your world has a similar method called airplanes.
I'm not going to disparage airplanes, but the people of our world see flying without technology as something out of a dream. Is this spell low level enough that I can learn to use it?
Yes, you will learn with time.
There they are.
The Oaken Empire's forces.
What now?
We will end this quickly. I will ensure they're not made to suffer. Watch carefully now. You may learn this spell one day. Observe.
It's over like that?
This versatile spell can be used on a grand scale or a more focused area.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
'Twas I who performed this deed. You needn't torment yourself over it.
I needed that, peeps. Thank you.
Well then, shall we go home?
That one smarts. I thought I was dead for sure. Viscount Mueller?
Whoever you are, thank you.
My name is Sasaki. Sorry to skip introductions.
He's a foreign merchant who's been exchanging goods with my domain lately.
A merchant? But what business would he have out here?
Oh, well, funny that you ask.
Your Highness, the man before you is no enemy. That much I can guarantee.
Well then, you saved me. And so once again, thank you.
Please, it was nothing.
Sasaki, this is Adonis, a member of the royal family, the second prince.
Really? This guy's a prince!
If I may say so, this comes as quite a shock. I never knew you had healing magic.
It's nothing impressive, my lord. In fact, I think I'm more surprised than you are. I don't know how to say this, but we received word from the front lines. It was believed that you had fallen in battle.
A fair assumption to make. His Highness and I have been separated from our troops. To think the worst would be expected.
So that's all it was.
Please forgive me. This happened because you had to save me.
It was due to my incompetence that you needed saving, Your Highness. Sasaki, we can't stay. We're both on our way to a nearby settlement. I must ask you, would you be willing to accompany us there?
It would be my honor. I'll gladly go with you, my lord.
Good. We'll be off at once then. Leave this to me.
Holy crap. That was incredible.
I'm indebted to both of you. I could do nothing but watch.
Please, I merely did my duty. But Sasaki, I never knew you had these spells at your beck and call.
Oh, that again? I was just lucky to have a good teacher.
Indeed. To give you such a vast wealth of knowledge, they must be quite the prodigy.
He's nothing short of a genius. And he's absolutely adorable to boot.
That much is evident. I'd love to be introduced someday.
Give me a hand!
Your Highness, I'm afraid there's too many of them. With numbers like this, there has to be an elite orc leading the pack.
An elite orc?
Yes, compared to this rabble, they'd be much stronger. We'd need a full regiment to take it on. Your Highness, stay back with Sasaki so he can keep you safe.
Got it.
That roar sounded a lot louder than the other orcs we fought! Hold on, Viscount! We're coming to help!
Looks like I failed.
Not at all.
Its attacks aren't letting up!
Next time, I'll try to aim for the head. If we're lucky, that'll buy us time.
Alright.
Get ready.
Sorry, I was delayed.
Oh, thank goodness. I'm glad you're okay, Peeps.
We're dealing with an elite orc?
I know that golem.
Elite creatures. They're found in all plants and animals, and humans are no exception. To give an example, you and I would qualify as elite humans.
What? We would? You're such a smart elite birdie. But you know, I hope that's not something that'll show up on a physical.
This information may seem trivial, but nevertheless, it does have value. I advise you to store it in your mind. Moving on, I beg your forgiveness for dropping you without warning earlier.
It's fine. I had a spell up my sleeve to help me land safely.
Is that so? I'm relieved to hear it.
Pardon me, that familiar of yours.
Yes, my lord. This bird resting on my shoulder is my magic teacher.
Do forgive my lack of a greeting.
Common courtesy is the furthest thing from my mind. Honored mage, would you permit me a personal question?
Go on.
I may be incorrect, but might you be our lost star sage?
What has swayed you thus?
Your spellcasting, the way you speak, the similarities are uncanny. Truthfully, if you are not the man I so admire, then I am shocked.
I've missed you, good Julius.
But how?
I'm thankful to see you hail, Adonis.
It has been too long, Lord Starsage.
I crossed to another world in this form, feathered and beaked though it may be. Pray forgive my silence.
You owe us no apology. Rather accept mine, for it was the nobility's rat race which harmed you. I, who stood as bystander, am complicit.
That is past. Now rise, Julius. The Star Sage remains dead. I wish to live out a peaceful existence as this man's pet bird.
honestly, he's the actual reason we were able to deliver those supplies the other day. He also annihilated Ogun's forces.
So then, that light we saw...
How remarkable.
Viscount Mueller, Prince Adonis, I ask this with nothing but respect for you. But would you please keep his revival between us? He does not want to be thrown back into the life he had.
But of course.
Yes, I swear to it.
Thank you both very much.
Well then, let us be on our way.
My lord! And is that Prince Adonis?
Yes, we have returned.
Hark! The master of the house has come back to us!
Is it really you?
Elsa,
Father, you're alive! I had thought you were gone. I'm so thankful you're home.
my dear, I'm sorry for the trouble.
What's this, Sasaki?
Oh, hi, Mark.
Would you mind informing me what's going on?
So it's weird, but we all just happened to run into each other out there. It'll take time to explain. But for now, let's be happy they're safe and sound. The Ogun Empire is no longer a threat, so you can rest easy now. Actually, that's all the explanation you'll get. Any more than that is getting dicey.
The threat is truly no more?
Yep. From what I hear, the entire Ogun Imperial Army was wiped out overnight.
You must be kidding me!
Father! I'm glad to see you healthy. Welcome back home, Father.
My brothers are still alive.
Both of you played your roles tremendously. I'm sorry you were kept in the dark, Elsa. We can all attest to how important your job was.
I'm really proud of how well you did, Elsa. It must have been difficult for you. Yeah, I'm sorry we had to deceive you.
You're a big stupid idiot! I hate you so much, guys!
Wait, what? Why are you only mad at me?
My sons, Maximilian and Kai.
Pleasure to meet you.
Now that the truth is laid bare, I admit this whole situation was a plan I devised.
From the beginning?
Ever since the start of the war, there's been a rise in feuding between the noble factions. It came to my attention that some people in my orbit were acting strangely. In order to sniff out the traitor's scent, I sent false information from the battlefield that I had died. To raise the stakes, my boys feigned a succession feud, culminating in their own staged deaths. Although, I came closer to real death than I had hoped.
Yeah, I bet.
Outrageous. It was all an act, and even her ladyship was none the wiser.
In your absence, info was leaked to Count Dietrich. He would have Elsa marry his second son, effectively seizing control of our homeland.
I can't deny that, I'm afraid.
Count Dietrich, huh? He's an excellent man. But in spite of our friendly relations, I remain ever vigilant against his ruthless pursuit of power. In recent years, the trust we've built has been waning. I will listen to your excuses later. Take him out of my sight.
With every turn today, Viscount Mueller keeps surprising me. The man's become a master of strategy. It must be because survival demanded it. Which is crazy, right? Being a noble seems stressful.
Hey,
What is it?
I guess I should. Thank you for saving my father.
Oh yeah, sure.
You are excused.
It's been several days now. I haven't seen any trace of the man who lives next door. I don't know what happened, but there has to be a reason. Maybe his work schedule changed or a new hobby. There's no way to tell. I I've known him a few years now, and no matter what's happened, he's never been gone for longer than 3 days. Maybe he'll come back home today.
There, that's everything I have for you. Thank you for answering all of our questions.
I'll bet you this is a matter for our bureau. What do you think? Should we call in Hoshizaki and that newer recruit, Sasaki? Oh yeah, I heard about that guy. He's been partnering with Hoshizaki on all his missions, hasn't he? Any clue why? He can make water for her. Apparently he produces it out of thin air. I hate to be in his position.
Wait, what? It's a workday? That can't be right. Based on the time conversion we've seen before, this doesn't add up. There's no possible way it should have been more than like 1 or 2 days.
We must find out the cause of the discrepancy.
Even with some room for error, this suggests time is passing there twice as fast as before.
Peculiar, so then the temporal distortion is not standardized. Or perhaps some factor has affected it. Shall we give our records a second look?
Good idea. Let me see. We managed to cool the conflict between the Kingdom of Hertz and the Ogan Empire. And the Mueller succession dispute wound up not being a real issue. The Viscount was granted a post within the palace and the upgraded title of Count, as a thank you for rescuing Prince Adonis. For my contributions, the king decided I deserved a noble title of my own, and named me Knight of the Realm, serving directly under the royal family. In addition to that, the prince asked me to manage his personal assets. There's nothing that happened the past few days that seems like it should have affected the flow of time. Hoshizaki.
Decided to come back, did you? You couldn't be bothered to check in with your partner?
I'm sorry?
Let's head out. We've got work to do. Here's your debriefing. We're recruiting a psychic. He's a high schooler living in the Saitama Prefecture.
What? A high schooler?
You got it. Several people around him have reported seeing strange phenomena that we believe to be psychic in origin. What's wrong with the youth of today, acting out in public like that?
Who is the youth of today? If I'm not mistaken, he's around the same age as you.
I comport myself around my mental age. According to the investigation file, he has pyrokinetic capabilities. For comparison, it's like having a small flamethrower, and he hasn't openly used his powers at school. All suspected instances have occurred close to his home, with 0 witnesses immediately in sight. So far.
We're dealing with a pyrokinetic? I get it. I suppose they chose us because your control of water counteracts his power.
Yep. Perfect match. Now what do you say? Shall we offer him an invitation?
Hold on. Can it really be that simple? Wouldn't it be more responsible to play it safe with a full investigation?
But why? There's no point. He's just an E-rank psychic according to this. He's only about as strong as you. With the 2 of us together, there shouldn't be any problem.
That's fair enough, I guess. But we can't forget about the other day. I mean, come on. If we have to handle fire, there's the chance it could become dangerous in an instant.
I hear you. But according to the chief, our guns are permitted. We're almost there. The school. The Bureau contacted the school in advance. Ostensibly, we're running an evaluation of all schools, from the city to the suburbs, doing standard inspections. That's him.
Based on his file, he sounds dangerous. But But right now, he just looks like an average student.
Maybe, but we can't forget we're dealing with a psychic here. So don't let your guard down, got it?
Yeah, right.
This is our best chance.
The hell is this supposed to be? 5,000 yen, huh? Did you really think that was enough?
No, I'm sorry, but this was all I was given for my allowance.
Then swipe some more from your parents' wallets.
What a jerk.
Hoshizaki, don't go yet. Let's keep watching for now, okay?
That's a risky plan. This kid might blow up if we let tensions get too high.
I think we're safe in that regard. Based on how they're acting, I doubt this bullying is anything new. I'd expect this has been developing for at least the past few weeks. But in spite of that, he's simply been putting up with it all this time. And there's no reports of him using his power at school. So I doubt he's any more likely to lose his cool today than he was before.
You sure about that?
There's a better chance of recruiting him if we approach him when he's alone.
All right then. I'll choose to take your advice.
Thank you for your trust. Still, I can't deny it. There's always a chance I'm wrong. We have no idea what the straw that breaks the camel's back could be or when he'll blow up. I won't pretend I don't want to help. But I can't. An older guy standing up for him could hurt his self-esteem. I shouldn't make it worse, especially if we want him to join us.
Sasaki, I have an idea and I want to hear your thoughts.
Sure, what's up?
I may need some help later, but first, let me talk to him by myself. I'll try to work something out with him. You should go ahead and get started on a report to the chief, and after you're done with that, just find something else to do.
Are you sure you're okay?
Totally. If anything happens, I'll call you right away.
Sounds like a plan. Finished with that earlier than I thought. When I worked in an office, I'd usually buy lunch from the convenience store and eat it at the park. It's nice to think those days are behind me and now I get to have coffee in a quaint cafe. You know, it's hard to say what life has in store. Alrighty, it's time to decide what I'll get up to for the rest of the day. These suburban supermarkets are huge. I'll bet it would be fun to take a stroll through one of those. They probably have all sorts of crazy stuff. Yeah, maybe I'll buy something for Peeps to play with.
Do you know National Crepe Day? I just read it's February 2nd. Isn't that neat? I thought so.
Well, would you look at that? Seems like this kid's got a date with his girlfriend. Where did Hoshizaki go? Is she around here just waiting for a chance to approach?
Maybe that could be
That girl's got a really stern face. Doesn't look like she hates being around him.
Oh yeah.
But something about her strikes me as weirdly tense. Now that I look closer, haven't I seen her somewhere before? Oh, jeez, what am I doing? I just realized this would seem really shady if someone saw me here. A middle-aged man watching two kids on a date? Yeah, that's not a good look, man.
Hey, what do we have here? What's our little Four Eyes doing alone with a girl?
Wow, how much did you have to lie to her?
Hey, girl, you want to hang out with us instead? There's some karaoke right up the street.
Hey, leave her alone!
Huh?
She wouldn't be interested in a bunch of jerks like all of you. So get out of here, jerks!
Whatever. Why don't you dump this big dork? You need a real man to take care of you.
You should watch where those hands are going.
Oh, yeah!
No! Cut it out!
you alright?
Hold on, Sasaki?
You're Hoshizaki. So that means...
Would you mind explaining to me what you're doing here?
I think that's a question I could just as easily ask you.
Hey, you weren't following us around, were you?
That sounds really bad. I caught sight of you two by pure chance. Honestly, I would have never realized that you were the girl he was sitting here with. I suppose it did occur to me that you look more than a little bit familiar. Though I didn't know you had it in you to look like a normal teen.
Hey, don't give me that. Look, this is only to make sure the mission gets done. Hold on just a minute. Is this part of your power?
Oh, if it is, I'm as confused as you are.
Never mind that. Let's focus on covering this up. Quick, summon your ice. As much of it as you're able.
Consider it handled.
I think you boys need to cool off.
I get the feeling you've done that before.
There a problem?
Oh no, you've got to do what you've got to do.
Moving on then. If a psychic created this barrier, then I would have expected them to have approached us by now. So it's unusual we haven't noticed anyone already.
Eh?
Sasaki, answer honestly. Are you secretly a magical girl?
What? Are you sure you're alright? Please tell me you're not feeling dizzy. Do you need to lie down or...
No, it wouldn't make sense for you to be a magical girl. Everyone we've seen has been a young lady.
You're scaring me. Could you please explain what you're talking about? Aren't magical girls just in animated shows for kids?
You don't know anything about their kind?
Oh, nothing.
Okay, I believe you. There are 7 of them. They're all around the world, children who have strange and unexplainable magical powers. They create anomalies that are fundamentally different than the ones we psychics produce. One of those 7 girls is living in Japan. She's been killing people who show any kind of psychic power. I'm sure that raised more questions for you, but do you mind if we save them for later? For now, we need to take down this barrier. If someone uploads a video of this online, it'll cause a serious commotion. And even more importantly, they'd cut our pay for sure.
We're definitely in a bad situation, huh? I know her.
We need to get away. Let's run.
Why are you here?
Do you mean to say you've actually met her, Sasaki?
I met her a while ago when she was scrounging for leftover food near my apartment. We barely exchanged more than a few words, though.
Is she the one who created this thing?
Hey, mister. Do you possess psychic powers?
First, could you please explain what you're doing here?
I came here after witnessing a fireball way up in the sky.
No way! I'm almost certain I would have seen that if it happened.
Somebody blocked my beam, too. So there's at least 2 of them. One psychic couldn't have done both.
Do you have some business with these psychics you're after?
I'm on a mission to kill them all. I'm not gonna let them escape me.
You got here fast. Do you live nearby, or were you just in the area?
There's a supermarket right up the road from here. Bigger corporations like that create a ton of food waste. So I was just digging through their trash.
Of course.
Tell me already. Are you one of the psychics?
Afraid not.
Then explain why you're here. It doesn't look good.
What's strange about a police officer being here? Someone reported a commotion.
You're part of the police?
See? Alright. How can I get us out of here? If I could talk to her one-on-one, I'm sure we could resolve this.
Look at that. So the magical girl's mixed up with this too?
It's you again.
Futari Shizuka?
Futari Shizuka? Kind of a weird name if you ask me.
Because it's not her name. It's the term for the rich shade of purple in her kimono, so that's what we call her.
I see now.
What are we doing chatting when there's a problem in front of us? This couldn't get any worse.
Have you found yourself in a predicament? Just say the word and I'll happily help you out. Are you one of the psychics here? And what'll happen if I say yes? You'll die. Huh? Hey, what's the deal? Why did something stop me? I thought I was being generous. Quite a shame my offer fell on deaf ears.
Quick, Sasuke! Get out of here while you still can!
Are you okay?
Do not fret. The girl is merely unconscious. I could have done worse, but I don't want to trouble you.
How strange. What's she up to?
I'm making an offer of mutual assistance.
So you want something from me. Is that the idea?
Old man, do you know this psychic girl? Tell me.
You have yourself a deal then. I'll gladly take your help to get us all out.
A wise decision.
I'll hang back and try to act as a decoy. You should go whenever you see an opening. Although, I'd prefer it if we managed to find a way to end this without hurting her either.
An odd request. Are you already acquainted with this magical girl?
I suppose you could say that.
Huh. Very well. So you do have psychic powers after all.
No, that's not what they are.
Then explain. What did you do?
I'm using magic like you.
Magic?
We're on the same team because I'm a magical Because I'm a magical man.
If that's the case, then were you also approached by a fairy who asked you for your help?
A fairy? Yeah, sure.
Gotcha. Don't try.
If there's a fairy who asked you to help them out, where are they?
It's gone now.
Is there some land of fairies it went back to?
It's deceased. I slaughtered it myself. I made this from its pelt.
What? Why would you choose to do that?
Becoming a magical girl was something I never wanted in the first place. So yeah, I killed it.
If you don't mind my changing the subject, how are you casting your spells without the use of any incantations?
What's an incantation?
They're a series of words that I have to memorize and recite to access my magic.
There's no doubt in my mind that you really are magical.
Oh, well thank you, I think.
But what business does a magical man have working with psychics like this girl?
No business, really. We just happened to run into each other.
Then there's no problem if I kill her, right? Hold on! Kill who?
Let me ask you, why do you have a vendetta against all psychics?
Psychics murdered everyone I care about in the universe. They killed my precious family and friends. I don't feel like being here.
And there she goes again. Thank you for the help. Things were getting dicey back there.
Sure, as long as you remember it didn't come free.
And on that note, what were you hoping to receive in return?
I'm in need of a new workplace, Specifically yours. Would you be willing to hire me?
I'm terribly sorry, but I'm afraid I don't have the authority to decide who gets brought onto our team.
And yet, you could put me in contact with someone who does.
Tell me, why would you want a position like mine?
I'm interested in working closer with you.
Why would that be? I'm a perfectly average middle-aged man.
You create both icicles and electricity. I'm intrigued by what psychic power could harbor both possibilities. Did you not also produce a barrier to block the magical girl's beam? It piqued my curiosity and made me wonder if even the Bureau knows the extent of your abilities.
Yep, she's got my number there. Oh my, why would you question that?
There's no need for me to say any more. Just ensure I get that meeting with your superiors.
Yes?
Would you care to explain the destruction at the scene to me?
We had an altercation with a magical girl on site.
And that resulted in an Idoma Air Base freighter going down?
One of the magical girl's attacks barely grazed it. Blew it right up. I still don't understand why she let us get away, but we're lucky to have made it out in one piece.
I've heard reports that a fireball was seen at the time the freighter was destroyed.
Wasn't the use of psychic powers warranted? We were fighting for our lives against a magical girl.
I understand. It is easier to justify under those circumstances.
I'm glad we're on the same page. By the way, Chief, I got an application request. There's an unregistered psychic other than the boy who's interested in joining our bureau.
And what kind of psychic are we looking at?
You may have heard her name before. Futari Shizuka. He's agreed to interview you.
Wow, I'm much obliged.
One thing, though.
What's that?
If you get hired by the Bureau, you'll have to give them an address. They'll take the place listed and send someone to it whenever you aren't around to set up surveillance cameras where you wouldn't check. Pretend you don't see them for a little bit, then dismantle them. I'm sure that I'm breaking some kind of rule by telling you this, but going off of my own experience, they're going to treat you like a spy for quite some time after you've been brought on board. So I thought I should inform you while I still have the chance.
Is everything you said true?
Huh? Hoshizaki, I'm glad to see you're awake. So, when you said everything, what did you mean? I hope she didn't overhear the part about my powers. That would be difficult to explain.
About the chief. Does he really install surveillance cameras in all the agents' homes? Spit it out, this is important to me. Are you positive you weren't some kind of a fringe example? He does that to all the new recruits regardless of who they are?
He told me everyone gets the same treatment, so I'd say that's probably the case. But, you know, I don't get the feeling like there's any ulterior motive outside of testing loyalty.
We already recovered the target. Let's go back now.
Sounds good.
You can explain later why Futari Shizuka was here.
I resent your tone, child.
If you don't mind a detour, I have something I'd like to get on the way to the Bureau.
What's this? Are you buying jam? I like it myself.
Oh, yeah. I wanted to get some pickled plums since I heard they can make meat more tender. But buying them whole, they're a bit too sour for me. So something like this should be close enough.
It appears you have much to learn when it comes to the art of appreciating fine cuisine.
Huh?
Futari Shizuka, huh?
Hmm?
You're awfully close.
I don't know if close is the word I would use.
Oh, then what do you have there?
This old thing? They're pickled plums. She said they're more authentic than store-bought. This jar is straight from her personal reserves. They've been pickling for years now.
Huh? Oh, come on. How many times do I have to remind you how terrifying that woman is? She's a rank A. Her power far exceeds ours. She drains energy. A simple touch is all it takes to sap someone's life force. Even if you hurt her, she can use the energy she's taken to regenerate.
So at the park, that was...
Also, despite how she looks, she's fairly old. We're talking in the triple digits here.
Huh? Just how old are these plums?
You two made it back finally. The boy you were ordered to retrieve has been moved to the care of a new department.
Glad it worked out.
I have a more urgent topic to broach with you. Please answer me honestly. Do you put surveillance cameras in your agents' homes?
Would it make a difference if I did?
Am I supposed to accept that like it's normal behavior?
The Bureau has every right to check its agents, and it's not as if I'm leaking the footage to anyone else.
I'm worried about what you do with it. Understand? It's so creepy.
Then allow me to put your mind at ease. I have no prurient interest in your footage as I am a homosexual.
You know, that raises new questions about the cameras you put in my room. Was there anything personal going on there that I should know about?
Not even remotely. I'm afraid you're the furthest thing from my type. I'm also not the kind of fool who would try to date within his workplace.
I still don't see why they're needed.
I don't understand what's so difficult to grasp about this. The cameras have caught quite a few spies in our organization. Are they still an issue, knowing they may have saved your life?
No, they're fine. But could you have the ones placed in my house removed immediately?
Yes, will do. They'll be gone by the end of the day. By the way, what do you have there?
They're pickled plums. They were given to me earlier today.
Oh,
May I take that to mean that you're a fan, sir?
I think that's fair to say. I have a discerning palate.
In that case, would you like one?
If you don't mind.
Please.
Well, then, a simply perfect texture.
I've never seen the chief lower his guard like this before.
Among all the pickled plums I've had in my life, this has to be one of the finest specimens I've encountered.
No kidding. You mean they're really that good?
Haven't you two indulged yet?
I haven't. I'm sure you're correct, but I've historically had a tough time with sour foods. I'm always a fan of pickled plum ochazuke to close out a night of drinking, though.
Then that makes it your turn, Hoshizaki. You're not likely to find a chance like this one again. I can tell these were made by somebody with a deep and thorough understanding of how the pickling process works, and it's applied well.
Are you alright, Hoshizaki?
Moving on, let's talk about setting up that interview we discussed earlier.
For who?
She mustered the willpower to make it through.
Sasaki told me that Futari Shizuka is looking for a job here.
Huh?
I understand your reservations, but I'm interviewing her regardless.
Today was more exhausting than usual.
Well, aren't you out late? Tough day at work?
Oh, good to see you again.
If you don't mind me imposing, might you welcome an extra guest at your lodging tonight?
Say what? Why though?
A listening device and thermal camera.
And what prompted showing those off to me?
I've been spying on your place. And what should I find but a talking bird with a clear understanding of language?
The thermal part is a bluff, but she must have installed a regular camera like the chief if she knows that.
A bird gazing at a computer screen and mumbling thoughts to itself. You must agree that's unusual. From what we know of the fairy world, their emissaries will often possess the bodies of beasts to visit our land.
I'm sorry to say I still don't know why you've decided to bring this to my attention.
See this memory card? Imagine if your superiors had it. Fortunately, that won't happen. But still, you're far too lax with your personal security. You must tread carefully here. Psychics and magical girls do not mix well. You may feel safe having already acquired status as an agent, but you can never be too careful with your livelihood.
Now I'm caught up. In the park, when I said I was a magical man, she actually took me at my word and believed every bit of it. With all that out of the way, can we address the matter of why you're here tonight?
The organization I just left is coming from my head, so...
Do I understand you'd like to join forces? Of course, I see how this benefits you, but first, can you tell me what I would get? As far as I can figure, this would put a target on my back.
I'm far wealthier than you might expect. Could a monetary deal be of mutual benefit?
That's hard to say no to. My business in the other world has been going great, but it's at the expense of my income in this world! Well, for the right price, I'm sure we'd be able to negotiate an agreement.
I'm glad to hear it.
Of course, I'm not the only one who needs to approve. Can we have some time to discuss it? We can continue this tomorrow.
Can't I spend the night while you're discussing? I'm truly in dire straits right now. You'd leave me to fend for myself?
Before I can work with Futari Shizuka, I need to make sure Peeps and I are on the same page with our story. Plus, I apparently need to check for cameras again. I'll turn the place upside down.
You may call me Pier Carlo. I'm told you desire shelter at our abode. What are you able to offer us in recompense?
So I take it you're both open to the idea of cohabitation?
Yes. When I reconvened with him, Peeps and I had a long discussion about her situation and what to do. At first, he had some qualms about it. But after talking, we realized that working with her would mean he could eat Chateaubriand much more regularly. And that won him over.
There is but one thing I need to confirm.
Do tell me.
Would you object to paying us in means other than standard cash?
Come again now?
The way you've built up your wealth tells a tale, one of a woman with a network of go-betweens who might be interested in the rare goods we deal in. We are in need of such connections, so I see that as a chip to be bartered. In exchange for lodging, would you be willing to share those resources?
I'm not personally opposed to it, but is your partner in agreement?
Ah, yes, what are your thoughts?
On this particular front, to be sure, I do indeed share Peeps' interest. That said, discretion is a must to avoid the ire of my employers.
I can work with that. With all this said, do you have a product to sell them? Perhaps some materials from the fairy world you've brought back here, if I may presume.
Correct. Exactly that.
Might I ask the specifics on it?
We have precious metals that we've been looking to sell.
So far, we've been unable to secure a safe way to convert our otherworld earnings into yen. If she has a contact who's able to handle that, it would solve a lot of our problems regarding cross-funding.
Are these minerals of a variety that typically exist in our world?
Yes. Why do you ask?
Bringing an unknown substance over could have unforeseen consequences. Although I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little curious. But either way, I can't speak to an item's value until I see it.
We'll have it ready for your appraisal soon.
I'm excited to see what you've got. I haven't felt this way in several dozen years.
First things first, it's time for your interview.
Oh, look at that.
Hello, sir.
Hello. It's good to see you, Sasaki.
I'm putting you on with Futari Shizuka.
I truly thank you for your time. It must be no easy task making room in your busy schedule.
Is your interest in becoming part of the Bureau genuine?
Yes, entirely.
And can you provide a shred of evidence that you mean what you say? You are still a high-ranking official in an enemy organization, after all. Without some token of good faith, I'm afraid we'll have a difficult time believing you.
Naturally. Your reaction is to be expected.
I would, however, like to acknowledge that you are quite a talented psychic.
I appreciate that consideration, sir.
It doesn't sound like we'll be able to find a place for you as a full-time employee, but that said, I'd be more than willing to test the waters with you as a part-time contractor.
Completely understood. That's perfectly agreeable to me. I would love to join your operations for the time being.
Then it's settled.
I do have one concern. Where do I stand in this arrangement? If I'm under the Bureau's aegis, I don't mind if it's under the pretense of being a part-time contractor. But I believe I need proof of my new affiliations to show where my allegiance lies.
Regarding that, I was planning to leave you under the direct supervision of one of our agents, Sasaki.
Chief, please think this out some more. Have you forgotten that I'm still one of the least experienced members in the Bureau myself?
I haven't forgotten a thing. It's my policy to promote any agent who deserves it, regardless of the length of their tenure.
This whole time, I've been looking forward to making him have to look after her himself. I'm still lacking in the needed authorities. I don't see how I'd possibly be able to respond if something went wrong.
I suppose that is a valid concern. In that case, I'll see to it you're given the same authority as Hoshizaki.
Oh, good.
I'm sure you've realized it by this point, but our hierarchy isn't quite like other agencies. I have absolute discretion when promoting employees. I'm quite impressed, Sasaki. You've managed to secure 2 promotions within your first few weeks here. That kind of growth is simply unprecedented. I leave the rest to you two. Take the day off and bond over some drinks.
There are worse ways to spend a day than eating and drinking it away on taxpayers' dime.
I'd have to agree.
Speaking of food, what did you do with those pickled plums?
Oh, yeah. They're right here.
Have you tested their benefits on meat dishes yet?
Oh, I haven't had the chance to try that yet.
Does that mean you haven't even tasted them?
Well, I let my coworkers have a couple and saw what they thought.
I have no doubt they adored them. None could object to the flavor.
It's hard to say for sure if their reactions were more positive or negative. But they were unique, to say the least.
Oh, what do you mean by unique?
Sort of like they'd lowered their guards, I suppose. So thank you. I got to see that all because of you.
I believe I understand why your superiors have such implicit trust in you.
Huh?
You're honest. Almost to a fault.
Nonsense. The boss always rewards good performance. You're the only reason I got that promotion.
Do you think so? Then it would seem our fates are inextricably connected.
I have every faith you'll be successful. Even if you stumble, I'm sure we can fix it together.
What's this? Flattery will get you nowhere, young man.
I just wanted to say something as your new supervisor. We'll be working together, even if you're a contractor for now. If things work out, maybe we can recruit your old allies.
Personally, I'd much prefer spreading juicy rumors to them than I've engaged in a scandalous affair with a secret agent.
Huh? A story like that could wind up blowing back in my face pretty hard. Even without the carnality, I am asking her for some shady dealings involving my assets from the other world. I can't assume she'll do the right thing. I need to make it clear my staying out of trouble is good for her, too. Do you know the magical girl technique they call magical field?
You mean their transportation? Their ability to open portals?
If anything goes wrong, I'll show up quickly to bail you out.
For little me?
Yes, I'll give you my word.
Sasaki, where have you been?
What are you doing here?
Is it true? You're in charge of supervising Futari Shizuka? And what are the two of you doing in a cheap bar in the middle of a workday?
The chief told us to take the day off.
I strongly doubt that he expected you to literally go out and get drunk together with your new subordinate.
Huh? Was he kidding when he suggested that?
Don't just stand there staring. We're already one drink ahead of you. You should sit down and order something too.
You know, she's got a point. Is it safe to say you haven't eaten yet? Why not join us for some food?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Sasaki, do you have a moment?
Is something wrong?
Not per se.
Actually, I've been meaning to ask you for clarification on something.
What would that be?
If I understand correctly, your power manipulates any liquid. Are there limits to that? Like, could you control the blood of someone you're talking to?
It depends. I'm only able to control it if it's no longer in their body, but after that, it's fair game.
So not while it's still under their skin. Do I have that right?
I've tried something like that a few times before, but no luck in making it work.
It was still worth asking. It could have been our insurance against Futari Shizuka. I'll have to come up with some other plans to stay safe around her. She can't go unchecked.
Okay, my turn.
What's on your mind?
Yesterday was so chaotic that I wasn't able to thank you for keeping us safe.
No thanks necessary. It was just a series of lucky happenstances.
It doesn't matter if you meant to do it. You still rescued all of us back there. And because you covered for me afterwards with the chief, I can stay on the force without taking a pay cut. Here's my thanks.
And what inspired this gesture?
Those pickled plums. You said you enjoyed them, but they're too sour for you. According to a friend of mine, if you put them into egg, then you get a less intense flavor out of them.
So you did this all to help me stomach my new treat?
Do you have to say it so loud?
Oh, my bad.
Well, whatever. I hope you enjoy it when you get back home. Hey! I never said you could have any of it!
His fate is linked to mine, so I'm making sure it's safe. It could be poison.
Do you honestly think I would poison him?
Wow, you did a great job with these.
Oh, you really mean it?
You should try it with some mayonnaise. It brings out the flavor of the plums.
With mayonnaise?
Why not?
You gotta be kidding me! How is she somebody with a deep and thorough understanding of how the pickling process works?
Huh? Have I offended you? Or is this something else? And you're jealous of how close I am to your partner. Open wide.
Huh? No. It's not like that. At all.
shall perish!
Who are you?
No one. I'm nothing more than a wanderer.
The state of our kingdom is dire. This land faces an unprecedented peril. It was not our might that repelled the Oaken Empire's forces. Rather, they were collateral damage in a battle between ruthless mages. We cannot count on such fortune when we inevitably face the Empire again. Therefore, in order to ensure our kingdom's prosperity and to regain its former glory, I hereby proclaim a new policy. From today forth, all who stand in line of succession shall be given equal influence in matters of state. In 5 years, I will choose who made the greatest contribution, and that person will be made heir to the throne of the Hertz Kingdom.
Heard the whole story, Mark. They said you got a tip about the war ending and turned it into a massive profit.
I can't take credit. It was mere luck.
Oh, don't be humble, Mark. It's fine. All of our clients were very impressed. In fact, they can't stop talking about it. I bet you'll be the manager yourself before long.
Go! Ow! My leg.
Close one. Are you all right?
To think a commoner would have the audacity to strike Count Dietrich's carriage!
You're mistaken. I was walking by, that's all.
Manager Herman? Transceivers, check. Binoculars, check. This one, check. That one, check. Everything looks good. Is something the matter, peeps?
No, just lost in thought.
All right. Let's go. We'll meet with Mark and... Yes, who's there?
It's Mary, sir.
I was just heading out the door.
Glad I caught you. I've brought with me an important message from Count Mueller.
It's an honor, Sasuke, sir. Welcome to the estate. Please proceed ahead.
Of course. Thank you. Good day. Rather formal, isn't he? Quite a change from the last time we met.
Thank you for coming on such short notice, Saskia and Lord Starsage. It's a pleasure to see you both.
Worry not, my friend. 'Tis nary a bother.
Nary?
He's been watching too many samurai dramas. Hasn't learned Japanese mannerisms, though. Might I ask why you called us here today?
I was summoned to the capital by the king himself. He's instituting a new policy. It is causing unprecedented upheaval, particularly among the privileged classes. That is to say, people such as myself who are among the nobility and royalty. I assumed that you would want to know.
It's so considerate of you to think of us. Of course, I'm always eager to hear any news that might affect the kingdom.
The war with the Empire has led His Majesty to despair over our nation's future. As such, he's chosen to give equal influence in state affairs to everyone in line for the throne. This system will carry on for 5 years. Then the noble who contributed the most will be named his heir.
If one nation is conquered by another, then the execution of their royal family becomes a matter of course. Even if that's his fear, this is all rather sudden. Did something troubling happen to His Majesty?
I wish that I could tell you. Unfortunately, I haven't heard a thing yet.
Is anyone in particular vying for the throne?
There's the first Prince Louis, and the second Prince Adonis, of course. Most nobles have sided with one of the two.
I see. The news must have come as a shock to them. This will surely cause conflict before it solves anything.
That's true. Actually, frictions have built quickly amongst the factions. We have already seen a number of casualties. And that brings me to my point. I suggest that you both leave this kingdom immediately. You would be far more safe in the Republic of Lung. His Highness would be furious if he knew I was saying this, but we'll manage somehow. You needn't remain here to aid us. Please leave it to me. I have a few good connections in Lung. I'll ensure that you can establish yourself there. You are a man of great talent. I'm certain you will find success there in no time.
I've never had a kind and considerate boss like him. I'm too old to be tearing up like this. I'm grateful that you're so concerned about my safety, Count Mueller. But for the foreseeable future, I intend to keep on conducting business right here in the city. And speaking of which, as you can see, I've brought some wares for your perusal today, including a new allotment of those transceivers.
Please, you must reconsider.
That's enough.
Lord Starsage, you...
I trust that you're still interested, my lord?
Yes. Forgive me. I'll respect your choice. I'm grateful you're here.
Pardon me for interrupting your meeting.
What is it?
Lord, a messenger from the Herman Trading Company is here. It seems to be rather urgent business.
Urgent, you say? Very well. You may send him in. What? Mark was imprisoned for insulting a noble?
I'm afraid so.
What exactly happened?
He didn't intend to do anything. He simply made contact with Count Dietrich's carriage on the road.
Count Dietrich, of course.
I happened to be there. I witnessed the whole thing. He did nothing wrong. The carriage was trying to hit him. The vice manager was set up.
What else do you know?
After hearing his story, I realized that the situation was a bit complicated. At any rate, it seemed likely the incident had been orchestrated by Mark's boss, the manager of the company.
Allow me to present to you the tale thus far. The tragic hero is our friend Mark. He received early word that the war might be ending. Then, using his natural business acumen, he made a killing. As fate would have it, at the same time, Manager Herman was in the capital, Alestos, plying his trade. With the support of Count Dietrich, he was attempting to open a new branch so he could relocate the headquarters of his operation to the capital. However, when he heard news of Vice Manager Mark's sudden success, his confidence faded right before his eyes. If the reports were true, not only would his new branch be at risk, but his hard-earned standing as well. Count Dietrich learned of this state of affairs and saw it as an opportunity to deal a blow to a perpetual thorn in his side, Count Mueller. Thus, Count Dietrich and Manager Herman formed a nefarious alliance and hatched a plan to bring Vice Manager Mark to ruin.
Wait, Dietrich?
Count Dietrich, huh? In recent years, the trust we've built has been waning.
The nobility of Hertz is terrifying. I can do without this political intrigue. Excuse me, Count. I'm going to pay Mark a visit now. We can speak again later.
Please do. I imagine he's quite distressed. In the meantime, I will reach out to Count Dietrich and see what he says. One final thing. Take this with you.
What is it?
This is my personal dagger. If you present it and invoke my name, your word shall be regarded as my own. Use it at your discretion.
I'm honored to accept this.
I'm sorry that I have caused you so much trouble.
It's fine. Now, let's save Mark together, shall we? Let's go over this. The succession dispute is starting to get ugly. In response, Count Dietrich, who supports the first prince, is hoping to deal a blow to Count Mueller, who's backing the second prince. He plans to accomplish this by using Manager Herman's jealousy of Mark.
Correct, in simple terms.
Then the only question for us is how to resolve the issue.
Should the need arise, I shall lend my magic unto thee.
I hope it won't come to that, little samurai. Actually, I'm really sorry to ask this of you peeps, but would you mind if I took care of this matter on my own?
Does that imply you have a plan?
Rather than violence, I'll solve this with political force.
I should inform you. Knights in service to Count Dietrich were posted at the cell. Exercise caution. Is that you, Sasaki? What are you doing here?
I just found out what happened to you. We will fix this.
Is that some kind of magic?
Honestly, I'm hardly worth the effort, but I appreciate it.
I heard everything from the trading company messenger. Count Mueller is taking action to settle this matter as well. I will prove your innocence and get you out as soon as possible. And while I'm at it, might I ask you to pass on a message to Count Dietrich for me?
What is it?
It appears that he has allied himself with the manager of Herman Trading. But as far as business acumen goes, I believe Mark to be the best in the company. He recently brought in an extraordinary amount of profit, specifically during the war with the Empire. Tell the Count he should look into those numbers.
That's a ridiculous proposal.
You would speak on the Count's behalf? Why not let him decide for himself?
Oh, very well then. I'll pass it on.
I would be grateful.
Why are you trying to curry favor with the first prince's partisans at a time like this? Especially when you joined the second prince's inner circle. A foreign merchant like you should tread carefully. The whole place is buzzing, talking about a man in strange clothes. We all know who you are, Sasaki.
My loyalty to any prince is of no concern. I am far more loyal to this man here.
You should watch your tongue, or you'll join your friend in there. Speak of your liege with more respect.
If you think what I've said is so wrong, then please feel free to report it to Prince Adonis directly.
If you're trying to call my bluff, you'll regret it.
I'm being sincere with you. Deliver my message. It will be to Count Dietrich's great benefit.
This is too much.
It's been some time, Sasaki.
Good to see you again, Yosef. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to speak to me.
Well, getting straight to the point, how may I help you today?
I'd like to establish a trading company. To be more specific, I would like to establish one here in this city, but I would require investments and support. I thought that Kepler Trading might be interested in that.
That's absurd. Surely you aren't expecting us to agree to such a proposition.
Don't be too hasty. I'm of the opinion that this deal would be in your favor.
That's a bold statement, but very well then. Indulge me. I'm interested in hearing the basis for all this confidence.
These are the products we intend to offer. You surely won't find them anywhere else. I would prefer to maintain only one wholesaling client. The idea would be to establish a sort of brand identity.
When you put it that way, I do follow your logic.
I thought that you might.
However, and forgive me for saying this, you're from the Kingdom of Hertz. Quality of goods aside, this is a major commitment. I'm afraid it would present a significant risk to our company.
If that's your only concern, then please allow me to make a proposal. I'll make another visit in the near future. When I do, I'll bring a large selection of my merchandise to sell exclusively to Kepler. However, you may defer a portion of your payment. I'll accept the rest of the money once my new company is established. Will that serve as enough collateral to put your mind at ease?
I see. In that case, yes. Let's proceed. I look forward to our future partnership, Sasaki.
I'm glad that we could work it out. One last thing. Regarding the name I'd like to use for my endeavor, I want it to be called the Mark Trading Company. The part of town where Kepler Trading is located is high class enough, but it feels a little dull. It seems like downtown has a completely different vibe, though. I was hoping they'd have something really unique we could trade for back in my world.
Yes, I had a similar thought. Perhaps we can speak over lunch? Right. So starting off, I'd say our easiest option is to exchange some gold.
That's straightforward enough, I suppose.
According to the research I conducted on the internet, I understand that the amount of gold in circulation in your world is far less than what they have in this world. The synthesis of gold isn't practical yet, and quite a lot of it is still out there, buried in the ground.
The price of gold tends to fluctuate a lot, but that's not really a problem. For the time being, it's still considered a fairly strong investment. I'm in favor of the idea. This way, we can just take home some of the gold coins that we've earned already.
That was precisely my intent. But rather than sell coins, we should melt the gold down and convert it to ingots to prevent tracking. We'll also want to improve the purity. The internet suggested the gold circulating in your world is high quality, so we don't want to come up short. I also read while platinum and palladium command a high price, the monetary conversion potential of gold.
This is the most brilliant sparrow that has ever lived.
Path for easy profit.
Well, for the time being, let's return to Count Mueller's city. Is it all right if I let you take care of making the ingots? For my part, I'll prepare some wooden crates so we can transfer them to my world.
Leave it to me.
And Peeps?
Yes, what?
Thanks for before.
Whatever could you mean?
Do you mind keeping it down?
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
I thought you might have heard the news, but it appears that isn't the case.
But I have now, and it's awful. We need to save Mark.
My father is already trying to negotiate his release. But he has to settle this with another noble, a count of equal or higher standing. If we intrude on that, then it could cause some major consequences.
What a mess.
That went a lot faster than I expected. What to do now? Wait till Peeps gets back, I guess.
Sasaki, I hope I'm not interrupting. Normally I wouldn't bother you, but...
No, it's fine.
Can you meet with a visitor right away? They're waiting to speak to you.
Do you know about what happened to Mark? Father told me he was thrown in prison. Is that right?
Yes, I'm afraid that's the case.
Oh no. Is there anything we can do?
I spoke with your father about it too. We're both working hard. I promise we'll get Mark out as soon as possible.
You're not just saying that, right?
We wouldn't leave a friend to die. Besides that, Mark is an important part of the city.
They're not going to hurt him. He'll make it back home, okay? Why are you staring at me? I didn't say something foolish, did I?
Sorry, it wasn't foolish at all. On the contrary, I was just thinking what a kind soul you are.
Are you mocking me? Because I don't think this is funny at all.
No, I would never mock you. I'm being honest. I meant it as a compliment. But you can rest easy. I promised that I'd bring Mark home safe, and I'm a man of my word. So there's nothing for you to worry about, Lady Elsa. Everything will be back to normal soon enough.
If you're certain.
Do forgive my late arrival. Let us be off.
Okay, he was definitely talking that time. You won't be able to fool me anymore. Now let's hear your explanation.
A perfect genius with perfectly awful timing. I wonder what's going through that brilliant brain as he's peeping away like that.
You may refer to me as Peeps. I am pleased to make your acquaintance.
Cute name, and you're so polite. My name is Elsa.
The great Star Sage is brought low. Listen, Lady Elsa, as you might have guessed, my familiar is a special breed. Not only can he speak in human tongue, but he casts mighty spells. Due to his extreme rarity, he's been targeted by thieves a number of times. Only Count Mueller knows the truth at the moment. I apologize for being dishonest with you, but if word got out, we'd have no choice but to leave the city. And there you have it. I hope that answers all your questions.
Yes, and thank you for telling me the truth. And I promise to keep it a secret.
We would appreciate it.
Peeps, allow me to apologize for hurting you before.
I was unharmed. There's no need to trouble over it.
Well, I'll be on my way then.
That should cover it. Now to nail it shut and we'll be good to go.
Being awfully cautious about this, aren't you?
I'd hate for something to go wrong with all this gold.
Sasaki, sir, please forgive me for bothering you again.
No, what is it?
There's someone else who wants to see you. Shall I send him here?
And who is it this time?
He said his name is French.
I see. He's probably worried about Mark as well. Show him to my room if you would, and I'll be there in just a moment.
As you wish.
It's gotten awfully late now, hasn't it? Ready, Peeps?
Aye.
So these are your souvenirs from the fairy world?
Not so much souvenirs as a bit of excess stock that I need to get rid of.
In any case, you certainly seem to have brought back a lot of it.
It's mostly packaging, I assure you.
If you say so.
If you want to look inside, you may.
Huh? I didn't think you would bring perishables. Seems positively fresh, too.
Oh no! What in the world are you doing in there? Lady Elsa?
I had no idea there were humans living in the fairy world. What a peculiar specimen. And what a charming outfit. The details on it are simply extravagant. Far too nice to be a costume. I haven't even touched on this wonderful jewelry you're wearing. It wouldn't happen to be genuine, would it? I must say, a cheap knockoff could never glimmer like this. Sasaki, who is this person?
I hate to ask you this all of a sudden, but would you mind giving us a few minutes to speak in private?
What's the matter? No need for you to be so formal. I'd love to hear what she has to say, coming from the fairy world and all.
There are a couple delicate topics I'd like to iron out before you speak to her.
Suit yourself.
I appreciate it. What do I do? I can't let Futari Shizuka find out about Elsa or the other world. I'll have to be really careful with my choice of words here. I've been talking to her about magical men and Java Sparrow fairies, and all those lies are coming back to bite me. I have to find a way to sweep the other world under the rug. But how am I supposed to explain any of this? She's not stupid. Hoshizaki told me how successful she's been. If I make one wrong move, I'll take this situation from bad to worse.
Rest easy. For this woman cannot comprehend Elsa's and my native tongue.
Huh?
As you form sentences, the words you select have a certain intent behind them. My magic adopts that intent and filters it into language that locals can parse. On the other hand, she lacks that benefit, so no matter her word choice, her intent can never reach one from another world. The reverse is also true. Neither she nor Elsa can understand the other.
Oh, how cool. That's a welcome development. It'll help keep info from the other world safe. Elsa won't be able to spill anything to Futari Shizuka, since they don't share a language. Excuse me, could you explain what you're doing here?
Fine, but you should explain too.
You think it's our fault? That we're scheming?
Well, can you honestly say I'm wrong? The same day you visited, Mark was thrown in prison. And despite all your talk about saving him, you're sneaking behind our back smuggling gold ingots from our country. I think I know why. You received them as payment for selling out Mark. And I know who you work for. Count Dietrich!
I understand the way it looks. I couldn't blame you at all.
So you're claiming it isn't the case?
I am. Everything I'm doing here is in the interest of getting Mark back to safety.
Then tell me what's going on!
I don't work for Dietrich. I earned this gold through trade with your father and Mark. And now, I'm attempting to sell the ingots for a profit. That's the reason she's here. With that profit, I'll buy Mark back into good standing.
This isn't just a lie you're telling me?
No. But unfortunately, because she didn't know you'd be here, my legitimacy is in question. Lady Elsa, let me reassure you. I swear, I would never stab your father in the back, nor would I think to abandon Mark to a jail cell.
Sasaki, can I really believe that you have our best interests at heart?
Of course. This is all for Mark.
You've shown your true colors at last, child. What did you hope to accomplish doing this?
Is this fairy magic? It's stronger than I expected. Wait, what's happening? What was she trying to do?
That's exactly what I'd like to ask her as well. Why did you suddenly attempt to grab her?
Grab her? I could have sworn I saw a bug crawling on her shoulder, itching closer. So, I only wanted to brush the creature away.
If you value your life, I would choose your words carefully. I shall place a curse on you for your transgressions.
Oh yeah? And why should I fear a curse?
Fear is irrelevant, for this curse shall force you to show us your obedience. I suggest you take it seriously.
Please, let me explain myself. This was nothing but a simple joke. What has this bird done to me?
Turn your attention to the back of your right hand. From this day forth, if you should have any feelings of hostility or malice towards us, the crest shall encroach on your flesh. And while it is now limited to your hand, it shan't be stopping its spread there. Once it has encapsulated your body, there will be nothing left, as the curse reduces you to an unsightly lump of flesh.
Huh?
No matter how prolific your capacity for regeneration, it will not be enough against the destruction wreaked on your body. So rather than fear the curse itself, consider an eternal existence with no faculties outside of your mind. If you fear that, then I recommend you purge yourself of any future negative intentions you would levy against us. I should commend you for your determination, in spite of your failing acumen.
I thought it was worth a try. I wanted to exploit a weakness and get this midlife magical man as my thrall. But it seems you've managed to best me again.
Lady Elsa, I hope this was evidence of how dangerous this land is. Now that you know, I'd like to return you back to your home at once.
I can't go back just yet.
What's the problem?
We're not done. I still have so many questions about this foreign land.
Of course, I'd be happy to answer them. I'll visit your household again before long.
Not then. I need to learn now. What's the name of this place? How do the people from this country behave? I can't return until I know.
Okay, what am I supposed to say? I can't offend her. If she hated me, that would affect my standing with Count Mueller. Business partnerships have ended over far less than that. No one likes it when you cross their family. I have to appease her. Is there something I can do to let you know you can trust me? Well, how about we start by looking around?
Like out there? This so-called fairy is already a shock, but the buildings are something else. So this is it? This place is your hometown, Sasaki?
And how are you feeling? Is this enough for you to trust everything that I told you?
Fine, I believe you. I would be a fool not to. I mean, this is unlike anything I've seen in my whole life. I've been to the Kingdom of Hearts and some of the surrounding lands, and you can't find sights like these anywhere.
I'm sure it's a lot, but I appreciate it.
Though I have to ask, why did you come over to our world in the first place?
What do you mean?
If you come from a world as prosperous as this, then what possible reason could you have to visit ours?
I guess I'd say to establish harmonious relations between the two. I'm not lying, though there are other reasons, like the sense of personal satisfaction or the tasty food.
Right. Sorry, but would you mind including me in this conversation? Or have you forgotten who got this girl's clothes? Not to mention who rented out this ferry. Yet in your cruelty, I'm treated as set dressing.
I never meant to make you feel left out. Our friend here was just talking to me about your kimono. She said it's absolutely gorgeous.
For real? She said that?
It's got great color coordination. She kept mentioning it.
Well. You're a lady of fine tastes. If you mean it, perhaps I'll find you one. I'm sure the young lady wants a refined perspective picking out her clothes.
Check that out. The huge one over there is Tokyo Tower.
Wow! Cool! Come on!
Glad you're enjoying it. Aren't they great?
It's too much, so help me finish it! You don't get one bite of mine.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm here on site at the beautiful Hamariku Garden Park. The cosmos is in full bloom this time of year.
We should make sure we don't get too close to them. Lady Elsa, we wouldn't want to run into trouble. We should spend our time elsewhere.
Look at this cute girl attending the garden. Would you mind telling the camera about where you're from?
I hate having to ask you, but this isn't a live program, is it?
Of course. We're live on the air now.
Apologies, ma'am, but would you mind pointing that camera away from us?
Oh, that's no problem at all. I'm sorry that we put you on the spot.
Sasaki, what was she doing to us?
Huh? Hey, Mom, there are real people from on TV here!
Levitation! Come on, that kid was being careless.
What do we do about this?
Things are never easy around you. You should remember to ask permission before filming people.
What?
What's going on here? Why is she attacking
promise to explain everything a little bit later, but now...
We have to get out! Has the Bureau been informed?
Like the manual says!
You've really found yourself in a predicament. Once they're finished processing your report, they're going to be watching her like a hawk.
I'd appreciate help making sure that doesn't happen.
Well, thanks to this tattoo you gave me, I can't really say no, can I now?
You did tell me our fates were connected, didn't you? In exchange, I'll guarantee you remain safe.
Oh, you're sure you can commit to that? Then I suppose I'll lend you my assistance.
They got here way too fast.
This doesn't bode well. I suspect they've been watching us for quite a while.
Let's be off.
I must admit I wasn't expecting to have another meeting with the two of you again so soon after our most recent one.
I've found keeping busy is part of maintaining a happy, healthy life. And what better way to do that than working for you?
Is this the fruit of your labor, then?
No, sir. This is a psychic Futari Shizuka knows from before she worked with us.
I'm shocked a foreign psychic would do this. I thought their regulations were close to what we employ. I'd like to speak with you directly, if that wouldn't be an imposition.
Hey, Sasaki. It seems like this man has something important that he wants to say to me. I totally forgot I wasn't supposed to say anything out loud.
I'm glad she remembered. Nothing good can come from this.
Care to explain? What was that?
It appears she speaks some kind of remote foreign language as her mother tongue.
That makes sense.
I apologize, sir. If I knew anything else, I'd definitely tell you. Sadly, I'm only along for the ride with Futari Shizuka today, and she's not here in any official capacity, but rather to support her friend. In terms of our social hierarchy, Chief Akutsu absolutely dwarfs the rest of us. But Futari Shizuka is still terrifying, no matter how strong his position may be. One touch from her could still spell an early grave.
Something wrong? Or maybe you're considering offering this part-timer a job.
I respect your friend's circumstances and her privacy. I have no further questions to ask her.
Glad to hear it. Nevertheless, I'm sorry for wasting your time. I seem to have caused a stir today.
With that matter concluded, I have a mission I need to put a contractor on, and you're perfect for it.
I welcome the opportunity. I'm sure I'll have no issue with it.
I believe within the ranks of your past organization, there was a member who was a B-ranked psychic that you worked with fairly often. His ability covered wide area telekinesis. If you need a reminder, he acted alongside you and a few others to intercept our operation just last week.
And what are you asking me to do with him?
Consider this a formal request to neutralize him.
Oh, I see what's going on here. Is this a hiring test to ensure my loyalty to you?
If you see it that way, I won't disagree.
Killing an old co-worker? That's a little more rigorous than my test.
You'll need someone to support you, so Sasaki will join you.
Huh?
I'll feel so much better with him there.
What?
This mission doesn't have a deadline, but I'd prefer you have it finished ASAP.
Come on!
Don't you worry. I'll return swiftly with his head on a platter.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. I'm just filled with energy to learn more about this world.
Why do you have such an interest in our ways?
Because I want to gather all the other world knowledge I can and put it to use back home. This is it. I can finally be useful to Father. It's a way to help my family thrive without having to marry some rich grill.
I have to apologize, but I can't let that happen.
Wait, why not? I won't tell a soul back home about you or this world itself. So let me stay a little while. Sheltering me can't be too hard.
No, actually it would be extremely hard. When you live here, every person is given a number. The government monitors those numbers very strictly. You don't have one of those numbers, and since you stick out like a sore thumb whenever we wander around the streets of Japan, if the police saw you, it's very likely they'd want to approach you, and without a number, you'd be immediately thrown into prison.
Huh?
I can't allow anything to happen to you. How could I face your father, or even look at myself in the mirror?
But, I mean, this is way more important! After looking at your structures, I wondered what we'd do if your world attacked. I believe we'd be crushed, and we wouldn't have a chance to fight back. Now that I've considered that possibility, how am I supposed to just sit around when I could be doing something to protect my world?
I assure you that won't be necessary.
How can you be so confident?
Well, you know, I don't believe your world is that weak. You're certainly not as helpless as you seem to think you are.
Yes, on this matter, I must express my agreement. Most of the weapons in this world rely on heat, and those that do not still require great force. All of them have a high cost, in both time and money. As long as you have warning to erect your barriers, I imagine none of their attacks would reach you. And if you introduced a monster like a wraith onto the battlefield, something that is immune to impact and heat, I believe it would wreak unilateral havoc upon them.
Oh, so then there's nothing to worry about?
Aye, while they have modernity, our world boasts versatility in spades.
Hold on. Is Earth the one in danger? I may have resigned myself to an unmarried life, but still, I do have a friend or two I like to go drinking with when they ask. And some of my old coworkers weren't half bad.
What's wrong? I've never seen that expression on you before.
Oh, just thinking of mortality.
Honestly, I'd say that appearance suits you. I felt such a rush from your look of fear.
That's dangerous to jest about, my lady.
Then please excuse me, but you have been scolding me all day.
I suppose it's fair to say I was a little harsh on you when you first came out of that crate.
There's only one person who's talked to me like that before. And that's my father, so we'll see how you fare.
Unexpected. Does Lady Elsa have a sadistic side to her?
Please do not fret. We would never start a war with this dimension.
You think I'm scared? No, I have complete trust in you, peeps.
I'm glad.
What's the matter?
When we return, my father will be very cross with me.
You're correct in thinking he may be upset. What father could keep his composure when his beloved daughter is nowhere to be found? Agonize not. We'll help explain to Julius the merits of why you're here with us. After all, we should have checked our cargo more closely, so the blame is ours.
He's got a point.
Thank you, Mr. Bird. I mean, peeps.
I doubt that another hour or two should matter too much. What do you say we learn more about this world together, hand in wing?
That's Sparkle.
Yeah!
That device is a Beedoro. When you blow into it, it creates a unique and strange sound.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sure. That seems a teensy bit off topic. But whatever. It's fine.
Thank you. That sounds good. I've confirmed the quality of the ingots you brought me. I'm willing to pay the full price we negotiated before.
That still works for me. Let's go ahead and finalize the deal.
All right, then. How would you prefer I pay you?
If it's not a problem, would you be willing to compensate me partly through means of procuring some items I'm in need of? I promise none of them will be too difficult to acquire.
Oh, yeah? And will I be paid for my work?
Sure, that was my plan.
Then it can be arranged, I'm sure. I can be flexible to my client's needs.
I greatly appreciate it. I'd like to move ahead with that then. This way, my dealings are less likely to get back to the chief. At the rate I'm going, I should be able to free Mark in the near future. Let's go.
Aye.
Lady Elsa, I think it's about time we return to your world.
Yeah. I'm ready to go home.
Let's... Go Magical Field! If you present this to the guard, they'll let you in to see Mark. And French?
Yes, sir.
Would you mind bringing some food? I'm sure he could use something to cheer him up.
How are you, my friend?
I'm fine. And you?
Well, I'm not dead yet. Thanks for coming.
Here, for you.
Your generosity is appreciated. Don't worry, I wasn't going to share any with him.
This isn't right.
Dad, I'm sorry. I really messed up.
I'm glad you're safe. And thank you. I'm sorry for the trouble, but you saved her, Sasaki.
Oh, no, it really wasn't a big deal.
He's right, Julius. Do not fret. The fault belongs to no one but us.
By the way, is there any news on Mark? Is there a chance he'll be released soon?
I've met with Count Dietrich, but he still refuses to budge.
Ah, I see.
Excuse me, my lord. A visitor just arrived.
Who could it be?
What are you doing?
None of your business.
I'm sure. It's okay. But listen up. Please don't run off again. You worried your dad and your big brothers half to death.
I wasn't planning to.
Good to know.
So sorry to intrude. I hope I'm not causing you any undue stress by dropping in like this.
How can I be of assistance, Mr. Herman?
Well, I'm here with regards to one of my employees you seem to know, named Mark. As the head of the company he represents, I wanted to express my most sincere apologies for the difficulty he's caused you and your house.
It's been no problem at all. I will see this through to the end and save him.
You're too kind, my lord. But, you know...
Oh? Is something troubling you?
Yes. Earlier, Count Dietrich finally proclaimed his sentence for the imprisoned Mark. Within the next few days, they're arranging for his execution.
Huh?
Mark has served on our company for many years, so believe me when I say he's like family to us. No one is more distressed by the news than I.
This won't stand. I won't allow it.
Oh no! I could not allow a matter such as this to consume even a second more of my lord's time. Besides, Count Dietrich would lose face if he backed down. I'm grateful for the kindness you've extended to Mark in his time of need, but please allow him to atone for his wrongdoings while he still has the chance to do so.
What a poor farce of a lie he told.
Herman aside, we need to do something to get Mark out of that place. And soon.
I will go back at once. I aim to bargain with Count Dietrich yet again.
Do you have a plan in mind?
I'll ask him for more time and hope money will suffice.
A better option than leaving it to fate.
I can assume that Count Dietrich and Herman are in league and have planned out this whole thing. They're moving the main branch to the capital, which must be a factor. My lord, may I ask you something?
Please.
Now, this Count Dietrich, isn't he the same one who tried to seize control of your house? If so, could you tell me more about him?
That's correct. If nothing else, he's a statesman. Of course, like many of that ilk, his work has turned him cold. On the one hand, his knowledge of domestic affairs is unparalleled. On the other, he's ruthless when pursuing his goals. For better or worse, the man can control situations.
Oh yeah, I know the type. Probably similar to Chief Akutsu, frankly. Alright, And has there been a pattern of this behavior, or is this more of a recent problem?
Our two houses have feuded for generations, so it's anything but recent. There was a time we bumped heads over territory in our lands as well. There is precedent for this. If we lose the trading company, he would benefit from the blow on House Mueller's assets.
What a ruthless style of business, but about what I'd expect from nobles. You know, I believe I could help you out if it's not a problem for me to impose on your trip.
Do tell me, why are you here?
Why wouldn't I be here? It's nearly impossible to get a measure of someone's personality without spending some face-to-face time getting to know them.
As I'd expect from you. Always ready to churn your own butter when buying store-bought would do perfectly fine.
Hey, sometimes a little elbow grease is needed to solve problems without magic, especially when you're feeling indecisive.
Say, what is this thing you've brought?
Oh, this? Just a souvenir for negotiations.
Enter.
I beg your pardon. A visitor is seeking your audience, my lord.
Oh, really? It's hopeless, Count Mueller. I won't back down. I'm certain you've arrived, hoping to stop the execution, but I refuse to be persuaded. I have made my decision, and it is final.
So this is the Count Dietrich I've heard about? He screams high pressure. Reminds me of a department head from a client I always struggled with.
A new face? Who are you?
My lord, it's truly an honor to meet you. I've long awaited the chance. I'm a simple merchant who goes by the name Sasaki.
I've heard much talk of you. A simple merchant who aided Prince Adonis's return. You've earned my respect.
I'm flattered.
Good.
For you, I've brought a small sample of the wares I deal in. Please accept them. They are merely a token of our acquaintance.
What am I looking at?
That item is called a transceiver. It's a tool that allows communication from a distance.
Is that so? How fascinating.
I'm glad you approve, my lord.
If what I've heard of you is to be trusted, all your wares are curious yet competently crafted.
I'm happy to hear it.
There's talk of a device that lets you see from afar, and a calculator that uses foreign numbers from a distant land.
Both true.
And what of the rumors regarding their fuel? Are there really small metal sticks that power these tools of yours?
Yes. And I've been wholesaling both the devices and their fuel directly to the Herman Trading Company.
And you also buy from this man, Count Mueller?
I've been known to. I often request his services.
How strange. Why would a man of your talents come to beg for a criminal's life?
Mark is indispensable to my operations. He's helped me from the start of my business in these lands.
Oh? Here's a proposition. From this day onwards, you will sell all of your stock to me and me alone. If you can agree to that, I'll let him walk free.
How preposterous! What do you think? That Sasaki is responsible for Mark's life? They're merely business associates.
I don't expect you to accept. I have no problem continuing our plan to execute Mark.
I apologize, but could I have some time to consider all my options?
What is there to consider?
Very well. I hereby grant a 1-month stay of execution. That should be more than enough time to choose where your priorities lie.
I dragged you into this. I'm sorry.
No, I'm the one who should say I'm sorry for speaking out of turn back there.
But it's an impossible decision. You can't hurt your business.
Nothing is worth more than Mark's life.
Master!
Oh, hey there, French.
Please tell me that what I heard about Mark being executed soon isn't true!
Oh dear. Who gave you that info?
The guard stationed outside the manor here! Isn't there anything you can do?
Count Mueller, would it bother you if I disappeared for a couple of weeks to prepare something?
Do as you must. I take it you have some kind of plan?
I wouldn't say that, but there is something I'd like to attempt. Yeah. As long as it's in my power, I plan to keep trying. Also, I have a request I need to ask you to fulfill.
Of course. Name it and it's done.
What are you thinking about? You know, we do have the option of using brute force.
Slow down there. What do you say we keep that as a final resort? There are options, and I'm not going to give up until I've exhausted them all.
Understood.
My idea might involve some flying around. Care to give me a hand with that?
I would be glad to help. In exchange for 500 grams of Kobe beef Chateaubriand.
Yeah, sure.
What? You called off the execution? I request an explanation for why you're going back on our deal, Count Dietrich.
Keep your head on straight. Nothing is set in stone yet. We still don't know if he will accept my terms.
That would entail what exactly?
Quite a significant windfall. I get both Herman trading and the foreign merchant working under me. I regret what it would do to Prince Adonis, but nonetheless, I must focus on Prince Louis. The Crown Prince will inherit the throne. I will ensure it works out.
Thank you for the help, Mary. Really.
Of course. If there's anything else, please don't hesitate to ask for assistance.
Oh, great. I'll do that.
And now I'll be on my way.
Real quick. It's not much, but here.
But I couldn't possibly...
I appreciate you. This is nothing.
I hope that wasn't a final act of kindness before you flee this fair town.
I wouldn't do that. Come on, peeps.
A mere jest. With that said, did you have a plan for all of this reserve stock?
I do. The main thing we need to worry about right now is money. So then, what do you say we give our old pal Yosef a visit?
Good idea.
There. Now, in order to establish your new trading company, we'll be using this lot as collateral and paying you after it's set up.
Thank you so much, Yosef.
Didn't we come here to get cash now?
Just a sec. Excuse me. I have another lot that needs to be sold. Would it cause any problems for you if I brought the whole shipment here within the next few days or so?
No, it would be most welcome. As for the size, what kind of shipment are we looking at?
It's about twice as large as the one I brought to you today.
That's quite substantial.
Yeah, and if it wouldn't be an issue, I'd like to be paid up front. Could you arrange enough cash to buy it all on delivery?
Sure, that's no problem.
I really appreciate it.
Oh, I've been looking for you.
Hello, Matisse. I hadn't expected to see you today. It's a nice surprise.
I had a meeting near here, so I stopped by. I see your business is still booming like always. Glad to see it.
Yes, thanks for noticing. Pardon our chat, Sasaki.
Don't worry about me.
This man is Matisse, an old buddy of mine from my days as a student. Now he's got himself a job at the central bank.
Hello, sir. A pleasure.
The pleasure is mine. I'm Sasaki. Wait, haven't I seen him before?
With that done, might there be anything I can do for you?
I'd like to ask for your advice.
More unusual still. How can I help? If I recall, you were put in charge of the whole South.
Yes. There's a noble from Hertz who wants to take out a loan. It looks like he lost a lot of money. His investments went bad when the Empire withdrew.
I remember. I saw him. We passed his carriage at Count Dietrich's lodging. Pardon? I'd love to hear more about this. Would you mind if we discussed it in greater detail?
Oh well, I guess he had to work late again today. Huh? I've been here since school let out. When could he have gotten back? Or maybe, did he have the day off?
What do you propose we do next?
First, we'll get the supplies we promised Yosef. Then we can head right back to Seldom.
No time to rest, I suppose.
A voice? Hold on. Who's he talking to?
Oh, hey there.
Good evening, sir. So, are you headed out again?
Yep. Yes, sir, Bob. I've got to go back and pick up something from my workplace.
Oh, I see.
Have a good one. Stay safe out there.
Right. Take care of yourself. Bye, mister.
Yes, Sasuke speaking.
It's about time you picked up the phone! You better not be pranking me! You asked me to hurry, then make me wait for over 3 hours?
What do you mean? Didn't we agree on 7 o'clock?
Don't tell me you're going senile, old man. Would you look at the time already?
The time disparity changed again? I'm so sorry. Something unexpected just slowed me down a lot. With that aside, how's your end of the deal?
It's fine. I just want to ask, did you confuse me for an online delivery service?
Why do you ask? Did you run into any problems getting everything, or...?
Why should you worry about that? I got it, so just come and pick it up.
I'll be over there before you can blink. Thanks again for helping me.
This is troubling. I hope Dad's okay.
Our brother's there. I'm sure that they can manage.
Yeah.
More than that, I'm quite worried about Dad's merchant friend Sasaki. I don't know how he's going to get by with them.
He'll be fine. He won't struggle half as much as someone like you would.
Whoa! Isn't that a little harsh?
Welcome back.
Glad you made it. Are you well?
Yes.
So, is he safe?
Is that you, French? We'll get you out. You just need to hold on a little longer. The two of them are hard at work. They'll figure something out.
Oh, that's good. Today's the deadline. Seems they failed to use the opportunity you so generously gave.
Oh, I guess we'll have to see.
They should have kept their heads down and stayed out of the way, as I advised them to do. I bet they're wallowing in regret from humiliating themselves in front of you.
I'm more curious about you. I happened to come across your ledger. Explain the massive loan you recently took out from the central bank.
Oh, you saw that? Well, it's to help with the branch transfer.
That's quite the large sum of money if that was your only intent. Are you really able to pay it back?
Pardon me.
You're my inspiration, the reason for my smile. In your arms I found my favorite place. Your embrace feels like home. I never want to let go, because being close to you is where I belong. Your laughter is contagious, and your hugs feel like home. Being with you makes me feel safe and loved. I'm grateful for every second we spent together. I never want to let go, because being close to you is where I belong. Your laughter is contagious, and your hugs feel like home. Being with you makes me feel safe and loved. I'm grateful for every second we spent together.
Just act the same as you always do. It'll be fine.
Yeah, right.
What made you choose this place for our meeting?
My lord, I am the proud owner of this fine establishment. It only seemed right. Since you hosted us last time, I wanted to show you some hospitality in return.
Ah, so this is your domain?
This man is Mr. French, my head chef and the manager.
French, at your service.
Now then, where is Mark?
Standing by in the carriage. If we reach an agreement, he goes free. Otherwise, he's headed to his execution.
I understand.
I don't suppose Count Mueller has made his appearance yet?
No, though I'm sure he'll be here shortly.
Pray, forgive my tardiness.
What the? Why is Prince Adonis here? Really?
Well, it looks like everyone's arrived. Are we all ready to begin? Now, French, if you'd please.
Yes, sir. I'll get the meal for our guests right now, if you would wait just a moment more.
Do forgive me, but might I ask why you're in attendance, Your Highness?
I heard Sasaki was serving up some interesting dishes. And furthermore, I saw an opportunity to know you better. No need to be too formal. We're discussing the future of our kingdom, so let's speak openly.
Yes, of course.
Interesting. What's your opinion, Count Mueller?
I believe it's a good idea. If the neighboring nations agree to cooperate, then it sounds fully within reason to me.
Indeed. You're as wise as the rumors suggest. Every one of you has my utmost gratitude.
I'm unworthy. I am in awe of your Highness's refinement and gallantry. You honor me with this chance to speak with you. Let me assure you that I do not take your presence here for granted.
I would not expect to hear that from one of my brother's supporters.
I have a deep respect for your family, not only your brother.
I'm glad. Then I would make a request. It regards the subjects of our fair kingdom. Or should I say, one of our kingdom's subjects in particular.
Please go ahead, Your Highness.
Why, thank you, Count Dietrich. Concerning the merchant who offended you, would you consider releasing him?
Huh?
I've been informed of the problem. Rest assured, I do not intend to deny you your recompense for his crime. But if you would permit other means, I'm sure that these men will provide whatever you ask. Can you two confirm?
Yes, His Highness is correct.
Right. We'd like to find an amicable resolution.
With all due respect, Your Highness, this is not the first meeting I've had with your men, and I've already provided them a condition to settle this. I would be the sole customer of Sasaki's wares. Anything short of absolute exclusivity will not be accepted. If we can agree on this, I would be happy to release the merchant.
No, I'm afraid that won't do.
What?
I'm telling you this for your own well-being.
Sir, may I ask how so?
If I may be so bold, my lord, I'd like to elaborate further. Frankly, I couldn't sell my wares exclusively to you, since all of my retailing is done at His Highness's discretion.
No, does this man speak the truth?
Yes.
A while ago, His Highness took an interest in me, specifically in the supplies that I purvey, and he gave me an order to ensure I only sell these goods to vetted clients who I know I can trust. Enter the Herman Trading Company, or to be exact, Mark, who I've been working with under the auspice of Count Mueller. Clearly, I cannot renege on this arrangement simply because you asked, as that would be tantamount to treason. I'm sorry to ask this of you again, but in light of this new information, I request that you allow us some other way to make you whole for Mark's transgression.
Very well. If that is the situation, I will have to reconsider.
Thank you, my lord.
Wait! Have you forgotten about our agreement?
Watch your tongue. I remind you that you're before the prince, Mr. Herman. Nonetheless, the slight was great. To pardon the merchant, significant compensation must be had. My pride is damaged, and I will not be easily mollified.
Of course. What would you ask of us?
Large gold coins. 1,000, no fewer. This is my best offer. A small price for someone so important, is it not?
You don't believe that? You can't. Mark is but one commoner. There's no way his life is worth that much to you.
True, his life means nothing to me, but my dignity as a noble is priceless. Yet a price I have given you. A value to the peerage that was bestowed upon me by my own liege. In light of that, the amount is trivial. To ask for less, I would be a disgrace.
I can't argue. Then consider it done. I'll provide what you asked for.
Did you hear me? Large gold coins. That's what I asked for. And you believe you can obtain 1,000 of them?
Yes. I'll see to it myself. Every coin will be accounted for.
I will not wait a lifetime for all the money that you owe me. You will have a timeline with zero margin for error therein. In 1 year. No, by the end of this year, that's when I expect payment.
Sure, that's no problem.
Are you certain? He's asking too much of you.
There will be trouble if you promise something you can't deliver. Careful.
I appreciate your concern. But please, there's no cause for alarm.
I'll give you a chance to rescind. Are you positive?
How about this? I'll give half of it to you today, in order to demonstrate my sincerity, and the remaining half next week, if that's suitable.
That's nonsense. You are but a knight in His Highness's service. To bring me here and suggest that you have that much money on you is nothing short of a mockery. Did you bring the prince here in hopes of making me your fool?
Not in the least, Count Dietrich. Please, calm yourself. To be transparent with you, I truly believe Mark is worth every coin. He'll bring incredible fortune, not just for me, but the entire kingdom of Hertz, from now to the far distant future. As we're speaking, we must remember the situation we're in. The Ogan Empire is bound to attack us again before long. When that comes to pass, you'll need someone reliable, someone you can trust, like Mark. To lose him before he's lived up to his full potential is more than our kingdom could stand, so 1,000 large gold coins is nothing. I swear it to you, I will pay what I promised. So in exchange, I request that you set Mark free.
I must ask you something. Even if your concerns are legitimate, you are a foreigner to us, so why would you care for the future of our kingdom?
This is the homeland of a friend, and he would not want to see it destroyed. And no matter what else, are we not all fellow nobles serving the great kingdom of Hertz?
I couldn't have said it better even if I had tried. That's perfect.
It was sincere. I meant every word, Your Highness.
I can see why he puts his faith in you.
I get it. I can tell your belief is real. So I will believe too.
I'm glad to hear it.
I never expected to be set straight by a foreigner. But hearing you invoke our fellowship as a noble class, you've made me realize I've served no one but myself. Rather, that I should take my talk of duty and dignity and live up to it. I will not take the large gold coins. The merchant shall be set free immediately.
Really? Are you sure, my lord?
It's my duty as Hertzian nobility. I must bring honor to His Royal Highness. If you believe this man to be a core part of our prosperity, then I can look forward to a future with him in it.
Yeah.
Stop, my lord!
Stop what, Herman?
How dare you do this? We still have an agreement, Count Dietrich.
Are you deaf to what this man is telling us, That's not it. You failed to see his value. Do you fear your subordinate now?
I implore you to reconsider. Please think about it.
It's done. The matter is settled.
Then I suppose I'll inform you of my own idea.
And what's that?
I was just thinking about passing this on to some other nobles. For example, I think Marquis Coke from the First Prince's faction would be very interested in it.
What?
If you decide to abandon the deal we've already agreed to, I can't imagine it'll look good on your standing as a noble.
No, you insolent!
Pardon me. A moment, sir?
Are you all right?
There's a visitor who I think you might like to hear from, sir.
Oh? Who's that?
Hello. Good to see you.
Yosef?
I'm sorry to interrupt your meeting like this. I heard this was the best place to find you.
No, it's okay. But what brings you all the way out here to the Kingdom of Hertz?
Well, you know, I had a little business to finish.
What kind of business?
Could you introduce us? I don't know this man.
Right. How rude of me. My lord, the head of the Kepler Trading Company, all the way from the Republic of Lung. This is Joseph Kepler.
Pleased to meet you. You may call me Joseph.
This is
Joseph Kepler? Please forgive my impropriety. I am Mueller, Lord of the Region. It must have been a long journey. My apologies for not preparing a welcome.
Think nothing of it. I came here unannounced.
And please, meet everyone else.
Second Prince of the Kingdom of Hertz. Adonis Hertz is the name. Truly, to be face to face with the head of Kepler Trading, it's a greater honor than I can say. I thank you for this chance.
It is I who should be counting their blessings today. You see, I didn't expect to find a member of the royal family here.
I learned this later than I wish I had. But evidently, the Kepler Trading Company is a pretty massive deal in this world. Looking at the power differential between our two lands, Lung is magnitude stronger than Hertz. To put it simply, Yosef is like the president of a modern business, while Adonis is still royalty, but of a land stuck in a feudal monarchy. The top of the social pyramid here just changed.
My name is Dietrich, and as the lord of a neighboring region, it's an honor to make your acquaintance.
I am Herman of Herman Trading. We are a small but honest trading company located right here within the Kingdom of Hertz.
I see. If that's the case, Mr. Sasaki, have you already resolved your issue with his company?
Huh? Why are you asking?
How should I say, the business I wrapped up was actually...
Mr. Herman! We have an emergency! It's about the loan we received for our upcoming move to the capital. Someone purchased the debt out from under us without consulting anyone!
Wait, you don't mean...
So, may I ask?
Should I explain in front of them?
If it's not a problem.
I wasn't sure about all the details. That said, it looked like you had too much on your hands. So to invest in you, I chose to acquire the draft issued to Count Dietrich. And I figured, while I was already spending, why not also take the loan from Herman Trading?
That's a pretty big why not.
It's fine. The Mark Trading Company will need a place to start, and this seemed connected to the Count, so it worked out. Should they fail to pay any of what they owe, everything will go to you. Of course, if you find this disagreeable, I can still put everything back.
Forgive my ignorance, but what is this Mark Trading Company?
I had intended to explain all of this when the details of our meeting were locked in. But with the help of Mr. Yosef, I've been working on setting up a new trading company. This one in Lung and spearheaded by Mark. Once they're set up, I plan to have them as my primary distributor. Breaking into a market the size of Lung, I'm proud to say, would mean profits for you as well, Your Highness.
By the way, where is this Mark fellow now? I'd love to meet him. A man of such lauded business acumen deserves respect.
Oh, yeah, about that.
Oh, thank you 1,000,000 times. I cannot thank you enough. Sasaki, my friend, this is incredible. You've done so much for me.
Glad you're back. And hey, I'm just sorry it took so long to bring you home to us. That said, I know you want to rest, but can I put you on the spot for a moment?
Huh?
I'm glad that we were finally able to connect. I look forward to working together, Mr. Mark.
Yeah, I feel the same.
If you have the time to spare, I'd like to confirm a few details with you about the management of the new trading company.
Oh, sure.
Wouldn't you know? Yosef turned out to be a much bigger figure than I had ever imagined. Frankly, I'm just glad he's on my side. When I think of how dangerous he'd be as an enemy.
Excuse me.
Oh, yes?
Does everything about this arrangement sound good?
Yeah, great even. I'm glad it all worked out.
Excellently handled, my friend.
Hey, thanks. I try.
But how did you know for certain that this would work?
I hate to say it, but I was never certain at all.
Not even somewhat.
Not even. That's why it worked, because I ran so many plans at once. When I was first coming up with ideas, I figured Prince Adonis could help us, and use his authority to fix the problem. The Kingdom of Hertz has a strict hierarchy, and I am serving as a Knight of the Realm, managing His Highness's personal funds. Honestly, I felt weird using the Count's patriotism against him, but I knew anything that Prince Adonis said would have a strong effect on him. Then I asked myself what his new conditions might be, and I realized the only thing that made sense was more money. Through a stroke of luck, I heard Count Dietrich had taken out a sizable loan. So naturally, knowing Yosef has all sorts of financial connections, I asked him to investigate the matter.
I've got some information. Looking at Count Dietrich, he actually has a reliable track record, but he had a rough patch. It looks like he was forced to spend a lot in the recent war. He has a pretty massive draft issued to him.
All thanks to that war, Dietrich was in trouble as he found himself swimming in debt. With that in mind, he probably needed more funding. And to get that...
You kept me waiting! Why are you always late? I'm not getting any younger here, you know.
I can't overstate how sorry I am. Thanks to Futari Shizuka, I could prepare a large stock order on short notice. I know I shouldn't question a good thing, but how does she get these things so fast? Who even is this lady? Even if that plan went haywire, I figured I could ask for help and get Yosef to do something with the draft. But hey, I had no idea Yosef would go ahead and take the liberty himself.
You prepared that many contingencies.
And one more if all else failed. Of course. Yeah, I hope we never have to go there. Well, what do you say I get you some Chateaubriand? I think I owe you a little thanks when we get back home.
No, perish the thought.
Huh?
Not long ago, I was a noble too, and it gives me pride to see how you brought honor to our prince. Therefore, I shall not be indulging alone.
Is that so?
I'm impressed by your mettle. You did quite well.
Do you really mean it, Peeps?
Now let us rest well before making our return home. I still fear for the differential in timelines.
Oh, yeah. Sounds like a plan. You know, I'm hungry. So even if thanks aren't needed, we could still celebrate.
I will gladly accept.
What happened? Thank you, Peeps.
Apologies. I should have had a barrier on arrival.
Come on. Why would you expect someone to open fire as soon as we got here? Anyway, where do you think she ran off to? Maybe she's in that room? Huh? Futari Shizuka, are you okay?
You came to save me after all?
I told you I wouldn't just leave you out to dry. Hold still a second. I'll make sure you're all patched up.
Quite the magic trick. I've no doubt the Bureau would love to hear about this one.
I'd be upset if you went turncoat on me.
Oh, scary. I've learned over my years what snitches get. Why don't you take a gander? A mark of loyalty, and it hasn't spread an inch across me.
I'm relieved for multiple reasons. So, what exactly is going on? Did your old organization send them over here to kill you?
I'd say that's a fair approximation.
And how do you plan to approach the situation?
The person Akutsu ordered me to exterminate is among their ranks.
What? You're gonna kill him with this going on?
I'm just trying to make the best out of a bad day, okay? And I won't let the opportunity slide. I doubt we'll have another chance like this anytime soon.
With that in mind, it would appear a simple escape plan will not suffice for our needs.
You're right.
Let us seek to finish this quickly.
Come to think of it, you never told me where you were before this.
That information is private.
Oh, fine, stinky bird.
I shall handle this myself.
How cool! Go get him, Peeps! Look at my little man stepping up. I feel like I could melt watching him.
Jeez, you still aren't finished yet? This way? Come out, wherever you are.
The situation has changed. We need to get out. We can't win.
Someone you know?
Just the leader of the organization I used to work with, that's all.
He's the leader of your old group?
What's the nature of his psychic ability?
He can give physical form to his imagination. He can use it to do so many things. Not even the organization knows the limits of his power.
Wow, you really were here after all. And who might be this gentleman caller beside you? No, don't tell me. Little baby has a sugar daddy.
Things have been tough with your organization for quite a while now. And a girl's gotta eat.
Aw, shucks. So you're not gonna come crawling back?
I would prefer working with anyone else.
You'd be an inconvenient enemy to have, so I should guarantee this goodbye is permanent. Sorry.
Your ability remains the most revolting one that I know.
Well, the hole you left in our company can't be filled by just anyone.
This doesn't look good. Does she have your power? She's a mirror image of you.
Considering how familiar my old comrades are with my ability, it's more than possible for his power to recreate my own. I hate to ask for your help once again, but I think our best option is escape, and I doubt I'd be able to do it without your aid.
This does look really bad. Even if we manage to beat the copy, what's to say he couldn't just make another? I'm imagining an unlimited supply of psychics that can kill with a touch, and suddenly I don't like our odds. I can see to it that we get out of here in one piece.
Please do.
You'd like to run?
I'm sorry to ask you, but could you take care of this?
Right, of course, at once.
Now, isn't this an interesting showing? That old geezer's got a bird on his shoulder who sure likes to chatter away. I don't suppose your ability involves a familiar. What an adorable pet. Isn't stuff like that usually reserved for equally adorable girls?
Let's fly.
Huh?
See you next time.
Does this spot work?
It does. Thanks for the help. I truly believed I was about to die back there. Dear me. I regret to say I was caught off guard. It's like they were already aware of when I'd get back and set up an ambush for me.
You don't say. How could that be? The only other person who knows the details of her mission is...
Pardon, what are the limits of his materializing ability?
As far as I know, he's unable to replicate any sort of natural phenomena.
That is useful info to have.
Unfortunately, this makes the Bureau's request all the more difficult for me to complete.
Hold it. You're still planning to take that on?
Why would I not be? I have a proposal. Would you care to hear me out?
No harm in asking.
If you can help finish this task and get me in the Bureau, then I'll handle any future transactions you ask of me, no matter how unreasonable. I'll even set you up with an overseas base of operations. Those are the lengths I'm willing to go to if you will give me your aid.
Shall I remind you what the curse will certainly do if you fail to serve us?
Hey, peeps. Could I handle negotiations on this one?
It's highly fascinating to me, your continued use of restraint.
I suppose I'm just that kind of guy. I won't deny she stepped out of line before, but here, I'd feel more comfortable talking to her on an even footing. We shouldn't just use your curse to demand obedience. It's always better to negotiate as equals.
Well now, do my interests align sufficiently with yours?
I can see merit in the offer you gave us. That said, we'd greatly prefer not to die. So give us your whole plan and we'll decide from there. Can't do much without information.
Then give me a moment to think.
Considerate of you to not go too far away.
Where did he go?
That was how he got here so fast. Nothing more than his imagination.
That makes sense. But then, how did he learn where to find us?
I've got a buddy who is more than happy to tell me where you were.
Yeah, just like I thought. You don't strike me as the type to work together with the Bureau.
Wait, care to explain what that means?
If you wanted to find a new employer, you chose the wrong place to do it. But it worked out well for me, since I have access to your whereabouts whenever I want. State power has some absurd reach. I guess they've got security cameras placed everywhere, so if they want to know what you're up to, bam, they can just figure it out.
Well, it's fine. This sounds right for Chief Akatsu. He does stuff like this. Thinking back, he probably kept tabs on us when we went sightseeing. That day Elsa was in our world and we went to Shiodome Station. But still, I've gotta know, how close are the two of them? Is this a single instance where their motivations lined up? Or have they been working together for a long time now? What if Akatsu's been in cahoots with him since before the Bureau? That would be rough for us employees. Alternatively, what if he's hoping both parties here kill each other? Yeah, he would.
Apologies. This location is more compromised than I thought.
It's okay. This one definitely falls on me, buddy. Could we get a do-over on that teleport?
You're not getting away! Not before I give you a little gift!
Yet again, you've managed to save me from the brink of death, Peeps.
Admittedly, that did ruffle my feathers more than a little.
Wow, not bad.
1 sec. Did you already know those were explosives?
Your internet is quite the marvel, but I understand they are illegal in your lands.
What a studious bird! I would sooner die than take away his internet access. After we're done here, what do you say we shop for a smartphone?
Are you in search of a newer model? Not but a few days ago, didn't you purchase a new laptop as well?
I don't mean for me. I was just thinking it's high time you got your own.
Then I would gladly accompany you on that glorious endeavor! As a matter of fact, there's one I've wanted for a while now.
You don't say. Then let's make it happen.
Forgive me, but could you be a bit more invested in our current situation?
Oh, of course. Sorry about that.
Would you take any issue with my disposing of this man?
No, please. If you're confident, be my guest.
Come on, Shizuka. Isn't that too cruel, even for you?
What an absurd statement coming from someone attempting to commit murder.
Would you care to stand back and watch me work? Here.
Peeps went into battle mode!
So it's true. You are the type of psychic who uses a familiar for attack and defense. Hellfire that burns with eternal crimson blaze! Reduce to ash all those who stand in my way!
Huh? I've heard that spell.
And now, eat this! Oh, I take it you want more?
I would hope that's not all you have in store for me.
Yeah, Peeps! You give him what for? Anyway. Didn't you say making natural phenomena was beyond the scope of his power?
Give me a break. I don't know the full extent of what he can do. But hold on. I remember that spell. It looked nearly identical to one from a game I played a great deal of.
Yeah, I had that exact same thought too. What's it called? It'll come back to me.
Oh, really? You played the same game?
Wait a sec. Now that I'm thinking about the game, weren't there limitations to casting that spell? Like a ring that you needed to wear or something? That answers that question. What he conjured wasn't the spell itself, but rather the ring that lets him use it. And if he can do that, then he can materialize things that only exist in fiction.
No way!
To be perfectly frank, I get the feeling your former allies didn't trust you at all.
There are some thoughts that are better off staying unsaid!
And what do you think about this?
I'm starting to realize they're all gonna die.
Just give him a chance to work something out.
This is the end of the line for all of you freaks! Ah! Watch out! Hey, come on! How did your familiar just do that? Totally not fair! kind of pocket dimension? No way! That's crazy!
It would seem to be my turn to attack. So you found a way to negate my magic?
Yeah? How do you like that? Bet it caught you off guard.
All he did was conjure another ring.
That he did.
It looks like I have to go even further beyond.
I think I know that too.
What is it then?
He keeps on making magic items from video games I've played a lot.
This is quite a shock. I didn't expect you to be so into video games.
Everyone has their hobbies, don't they?
If that's the case, what weird power should we expect from this one?
It's a cheat weapon that deletes anyone it slices through.
Deletes?
No matter how little damage it does, it erases you from existence.
That's a little too dangerous. Heads up! No matter what, you can't let the blade touch you! You'll be erased from existence if you do!
It's that powerful, is it?
Shizuka, could you stop giving out spoilers? Makes it boring.
If you don't want us to know what it is, you shouldn't pick recently released games.
That's fair enough, I suppose. There just aren't really any retro games I like.
I am becoming more interested in the full extent of your psychic ability.
Do I detect some condescension? You're starting to get on my nerves now. Yeah, looks like I got you. You're not going to be recovering from that.
Don't you die on me!
No need to panic. There isn't any cause for alarm.
Peeps, no! I promise. When we get home, you'll have as much Chateaubriand as you can eat. I'll get you a smartphone with unlimited data. So please don't disappear. If I were to lose you now, I don't think I could go back to normal life tomorrow.
What? Hang on a minute. Why is it my creation that's disappearing? Is this some kind of reflection effect? How is it you can teleport people and reflect my power? That's OP!
Indeed, a good question, and be sure to consider every possibility. You have not seen the limits of my power, but I hope that will suffice to finish this.
What the hell are you? You're just a weird little freak. I don't understand this.
The world is full of things we don't understand. One of life's greatest joys is coming to learn about them. The moment a human stops learning, their soul begins to die. Further, once the soul perishes, the body is not long to follow.
Fine, whatever. Go on and take what you want then, because I don't care.
What are we taking? Please elaborate if you would.
Obviously, I'm talking about her. Didn't the Bureau scout Shizuka? Guess what? You can have her.
Am I to understand you would surrender?
I've never seen something less worth it. I'm not gonna die for this crap.
Naturally.
Hold on. Am I really gonna let him leave just like that? Pardon me?
Huh?
There's something I'd like to discuss before you go on your way.
What more do you want from me?
Well, it's regarding Futari Shizuka.
I hope you don't think I'm gonna give up anyone I'm working with.
I wouldn't ask you to do that.
Huh?
The Bureau believes that Shizuka could still be working with you, and we need for them to understand that's not the case. Do you have any thoughts as to how we can make that happen?
Are you suggesting I make a personal call to your boss? What a pain in the ass, bro. I only know him because our interests align for a second.
That's a relief. I'm glad to hear he's not too friendly with Chief Akatsu.
Well, if that's all it costs me to lose the fight, then I suppose I can get the word out.
Besides that, I have a final request. I was hoping you and I could have friendly relations moving forward from today.
Huh? You punk! What do I stand to gain from being friendly?
You have info I'd like to keep private. The Bureau doesn't know about all the powers I used here. I want you to promise you won't tell them about this. And in exchange, I promise not to use them on you again. Frankly, considering the history you two have, I don't see why we shouldn't walk away on good terms. There's no point in being needlessly antagonistic. Wouldn't you say that's fair?
Yeah, whatever. No difference to me.
An excellent decision. Pleasure doing business.
So you're mocking me, huh? Well, it's not like I have the choice to say no. But hold on now. You're not unhappy working for them, are you?
No, not at all, sir.
Huh?
I cannot thank you enough. You pulled me from the jaws of a beast that was crushing me. As I stated, I will happily abide any business requests from now on. First up, I'll secure a base outside of this warehouse. If there should be anything you need, simply say the word and it's done.
I'd be quite a fool to pass up on an offer like that.
And I'd like to commend your recent change in attitude.
I'd hate to let myself live in the debt of such powerful figures as the two of you.
If you're serious about that, let's get started. Could I get 300 tons of castor sugar from you?
I'll have it within a week from today. I invite you to pay after the delivery.
Are you sure?
I'm coming to understand that ensuring your happiness is the safest way to ensure mine.
I hope you won't regret that. I'll try to make it worth your while.
Feeling less than confident, are ya? I'd expect enthusiasm working with a partner like me.
I'd much rather demonstrate my commitment to our business through action instead of words.
Then I suppose I'll have to wait. I look forward to seeing what you can provide.
He's more trustworthy than someone else I know who requires a cursed leash.
Yeah. Look, proof that my intentions are nothing but pure.
Aye, it does appear that way.
Ah, yes. Aren't I such a noble wench, my lord? Your obedient servant is here to serve you hand and foot.
Hearing you talk like that makes me feel like this whole thing was a big mistake.
Consider your words more carefully.
Should I not be allowed to mock you as I please for this curse you've branded on my skin?
Pardon me. I need to take this one. Hey, what's up?
Sasaki? Is Futari Shizuka there?
Yeah, she's here. Why, is everything going okay?
We need you two at the bureau right away. The magical girl is back. Things are about to get bad.
Huh?
We're sending you a helicopter. Come quick. We need help.
Quite the scene we have here.
Well, it does make sense. As far as the media's been told, this was a massive terrorist bombing.
Indeed. And those magical girls do cause explosive problems.
About an hour ago, we received a call from Hoshizaki. The magical girl was at the Bureau's headquarters. And this time, she brought a friend to join her. The order came straight from the chief. Futari Shizuka and I were needed as backup. Peeps stayed home to avoid raising suspicion. I'm told both Hoshizaki and many high-ranking psychics are here, but even that might not be sufficient.
Not the warm welcome I prefer. I'm on a mission to kill all psychics. I'm not gonna let them escape.
Please, no. It doesn't have to end like this.
Sasaki, are you here?
Yes. We're about a block away from the HQ now.
Good. Make your way in here as soon as you can.
Copy that.
What's our first move?
Good question. Maybe we shouldn't have sent Peeps home. His presence would be a risk, but if he were here to help... We could use his teleportation to warp Futari Shizuka right into the thick of it! Thereby ending this fight before things got too bad. What are you thinking, man? I couldn't risk Hoshizaki and the rest of the Bureau learning the truth about Peeps. I have to find a way without him. Let's scout out the situation inside.
barrier's not gonna let up!
Team A needs to withdraw immediately.
Team B, try to cover them!
They've got a magical barrier, huh? That's tough to beat. They made it.
Okay then, has your scouting given you a better idea? If we can't get past the barrier, I'm afraid we're lacking in options.
That's the issue here. Maybe it's not a matter of us getting in. Maybe some water can force them out.
Do elaborate.
We've seen what these barriers are capable of, so we know we can't pass through them. I'm hoping the same principle applies to water. If I flood the inside of the magical barrier, we can put them into a situation where they have no choice but to drop its effects.
Okay, how would we do that? Can you truly produce that much water on demand?
Yeah. As long as we can get close enough without being caught, it'll be fine.
From what I've heard, it's no easy feat to use psychic abilities within a magical barrier.
My powers aren't psychic in nature, so they may still work, since we aren't sure it's worth a try.
I can agree with that line of thought.
But first, I need you to promise you won't bring any harm to them. I've got an idea. I prefer to simply neutralize the one in pink. And that should be enough to end it, considering the logistics. If I were the other magical girl, I wouldn't want to keep fighting by myself.
You never like making things easy.
If we manage to succeed, this should work out well for you, since all the Bureau members will see how you help them out.
Oh, that's your game.
Over there!
Miss Hoshizaki, we have a plan. Attack now.
Sayoko, are you doing okay? No problem. What do you want to do next? Is it time to fight back? Let's decimate them.
Moving in.
Where's the water coming from?
Is that water? But how?
Sayoko, we need to drop the barrier! But then, we're gonna drown! We have to let it go!
Now!
That should do it. They froze the opening solid? Fine then. Hey, we don't have much space left! What now? If I lower it more... The psychic I met the other day. The magical man too.
Watch out!
Do you really want to keep playing? You're gonna tell me what you did to Sayako! Settle. Your little friend will be right as rain after a few days' rest. I'll make sure you regret this. I've seen your face, and I'm not about to forget it. Oh, another magical girl is after me? What a great honor! Those were some dangerous kids.
Put your hands up.
Something wrong? Did I not rescue everybody? So why do you now turn your guns on me?
Please, hold on. She's here with pure intentions.
Oh, yeah?
Thanks, by the way. Your distraction helped us.
I'm not about to let my guard down with her. And where did all of that water come from?
Oh, that's me.
Well done, you two. Though I would have preferred if you'd managed to take the magical girls into custody.
Apologies, sir.
And what a delight to see our new recruit in action. We couldn't have done it without you, Futari Shizuka. Damage was kept to a minimum, so this shouldn't be too big of a media issue, at least compared to what it could have been.
I'm more than happy to be of service to you.
One quick question. Why did the magical girls choose right now to attack the Bureau?
This is far from the first time the girl in pink has made attempts on our staff. We haven't yet found out the why of it. Although this time was a little bit different than usual. That is to say, she's never brought any backup with her before. If I were to guess, she likely thought with the extra help, she'd have no issue wiping us all out at the same time.
Terrifying.
Though, that brings into question what motives the newcomer's sponsors had in allowing them to team up.
Given her parting words, I expect she'll be attacking the Bureau again.
There's certainly a non-zero chance, I'll say that.
It sounds like you need more hands. Wouldn't want to be caught with your pants down when that happens.
I can see what you're getting at, and I do agree that employing you full-time is the right call.
Do you now?
You'll get your formal notice before long, but given the circumstances, this seems a good time to tell you.
And I'm ever so grateful you did. Now I can proudly wear the mantle of public servant wherever I should go.
I'll leave the finer details of your training to our dear Sasaki.
Huh?
Isn't it great? You'll get to keep looking after her. I'd like you to run her through the same basic training that you received back when you were first brought on board. I'll get him set up with a company phone to give you. So please expect that soon.
That sounds splendid.
Does it? I guess, like it or not, I'm gonna be Futari Shizuka's chaperone. Well, we've gotten to know each other, so I don't really mind.
With that out of the way, Sasaki, would you mind if we had a quick meeting to confirm some things?
Not a problem at all, sir.
Now then, you've raised some new questions for me.
What would those be?
I observed a significant downpour of water from inside the barrier created by the magical girls. Sasaki, may I assume that anomaly had something to do with your power?
Yes, that's right. It was entirely my doing. Based on my reading of our training regimen, it's my understanding that the repeated use of our psychic powers can expand their potential. So, even though it surprised me, I simply took it to be an example of that principle in action.
Is that so? I've already spoken to Miss Hoshizaki, and she said there was something bizarre about when she called you. That you were in an unusual location. You didn't run into trouble, did you? Perhaps something pertaining to Miss Futari Shizuka?
I'll bet he knows more than he's letting on thanks to his slew of security cameras. I can't take what he says at face value. There's some ulterior motives here. Although, I can't say I blame Chief Akutsu, since I'm sure he feels just as suspicious of us. Given that he so easily accepted Futari Shizuka into our ranks, I assume he's already had a conversation with that video game nerd about her. And if that's the situation we're in, then he's just testing my allegiance. My stomach can't handle this pressure.
Please give me a report. I'd like a detailed synopsis of everything that transpired.
We got into a bit of a scuffle with her former organization. I'll send you all the details in writing.
Good. That'll do. But I expect to receive it ASAP.
Understood, sir. I'll be sure to have it in your inbox by the end of the day.
Next, on the topic of Futari Shizuka, I thought it would be the most productive idea for everyone if I left her fully in your care. Though to be clear, this won't preclude you from working alongside Hoshizaki as well. I'd like your assessment of her, including how compatible you find her as a partner.
I've only had the pleasure of working with her for a few days, but I trust her desire to join us is real. Furthermore, she's an excellent psychic. To be perfectly honest with you, she'll make a great asset to the Bureau.
Well, that's good. That's all I needed from you. Is there anything I can answer on your end?
Yeah, I do have one question.
All right.
Concerning our secrets, am I permitted to inform her of anything necessary?
Yes, though I have no idea when the two of you became so friendly with each other. But if that closeness helps you serve the Bureau, far be it from me to interfere with your methods.
Thank you, sir. I do appreciate it.
There's no trouble as long as you keep the needs of the Bureau in mind. Remember that.
How are you
I managed to dig myself out of a hole there, but it was one I dug myself. Given my connection to the magical girl, I'm acting as something akin to a triple agent now. I can't rely on Peeps to help me when I'm on operations with the Bureau. I need to practice magic more. That way I can be self-sufficient.
Welcome home.
Thank you.
It's been a while, but hey, you're back.
That I am. Here, this is for you.
If you don't mind, could I ask you a slightly personal question?
Sure. What would that be?
A few days ago, I heard a younger voice coming from inside your apartment.
Oh, yeah. She heard me talking to Peeps through the walls? I didn't realize our chatter carried that easily. My bad. I'll make a note to keep it quiet from now on. It was me and a good friend. Somebody who's been coming over to hang out lately.
A friend? So a female companion?
Not quite. My friend's a guy.
Oh, okay.
I suppose Peeps' voice does sound somewhat androgynous. She's just trying to let me know that if I want a ladies' company, keep it to a hotel. But I guess the joke's on her, since there's zero chance of that happening.
So then...
Right. I almost forgot about these. Would you mind taking them off my hands?
Thank you, mister.
Well, good night. I'm gonna hit the hay because I'm wiped.
Right. I'm sorry if my question was weird. I shouldn't have asked.
Not a problem. Let me know if there's anything else bothering you. All right. I doubt we're gonna get quieter, so it might be best to move somewhere with slightly more privacy and slightly thicker walls. I'd like to give Peeps his own room, too. It's so important to have some kind of space you can call your own. I'm back, Peeps.
And safe. That's an immense relief. So how did the situation with the magical girls turn out?
We managed to get it under control. Worked out for Futari Shizuka, too, since it got her accepted into the Bureau.
A successful day.
You must be hungry. Let me fix up dinner. And guess what? I picked up some thin sliced Chateaubriand from the marketplace as a little shabu-shabu style treat for us.
Mayhaps we could make sukiyaki?
Sounds good. Oh, but without the shiitake noodles. Will that be okay?
Perfectly fine.
Nice. Let's make sukiyaki. All right, to a long day's work. You know, this reminds me of the early days. At first, I thought there was no way we'd ever be able to afford Chateaubriand. But now, check it out. Peeps and I get to indulge together, though we're still a long way away from the lifestyle I want. Aw, look at us. We're enjoying the slow life in our own way, aren't we?
That's the truth.
By the way, how did your day go after we went our separate ways?
I have a report on that. Please take a look. I've graphed the time differential between our worlds to help clear it up. These are the previous values, and this is more recently. A day in this world was roughly equivalent to 1 month in the world that I hail from, and yet of late, that rate appears to be diminishing quickly.
If the changes keep going like this, We have about 6 months before the days line up evenly between our worlds.
That's right.
Do you suppose this is a cyclical matter, Peeps?
We can't rule out the possibility, but we lack sufficient data to confirm it. I hate to impose, but I'd like to swap worlds more regularly from now on.
Sounds like a plan to me. Not again. We really have to watch our volume.
What's the problem?
It's just, our neighbor admonished me earlier for being too loud. Though, she doesn't seem like the type who would pound on the wall like that. Maybe her mother just got home.
Well then, why don't we turn on the TV? It should mask our conversation somewhat.
Yeah, good idea.
It looks almost like a monster from a whole other world. Around 6 o'clock this evening, this image was captured in a residential area near the city. Unbelievable as it may seem, this strange creature appeared in the sky out of nowhere. Later, according to eyewitness reports, the creature was discovered in the parking lot of a convenience store.
Hey, Peeps, that wouldn't be...
Hi, we're looking at a lizard man.
Uh-huh, but what is it doing here?
So, that's over. Now what are you expecting in return for your help?
Wow, right to the point then! I am a demon, and I'm in dire need of someone to fight angelic disciples on my behalf.